We're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding 3 bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's MarvinEKanze.com.
Harvest the rewards of smart banking at First Harvest Credit Union. Open a growth checking account and earn up to 2% annual percentage yield on balances of $1,000 or more, all while enjoying easy, flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or explore our other savings options, including our growth savings accounts. Stop by your nearest branch to get started. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
The year's almost over. Now is the perfect time to refresh the rooms you use the most with Kitchen Magic. This December, take 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing and 50% off bathroom installations. Huge savings right when you need them. And here's the best part. You can lock in 2025 pricing before the new year, so your dream kitchen or bath stays affordable no matter when you start your project. Kitchen Magic is family-owned, proudly made in the USA, and completely tariff-proof, bringing you quality you can trust since 1979. Visit kitchenmagic.com and make your home holiday ready before these savings disappear.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
There's so much developing. Where to go? There are some unbelievable interviews that our friends, Frank and Ian, who we've gotten to know so well, but Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis, Serge Philly. So they went down south, and you are not going to buckle in. Some of these interviews they got, and I was looking at Insta last night. I know they sent some fresh stuff to our executive producer, Dan Borowski. But in this one, so they've been, as you know, they told us last week, they went to Texas covering Jake Lang's Americans Against Islamification, the march at Epic Mosque. Wait until you see some of the back and forth interviews that they received, and this involves girls as young as 6 years old. Just wait till you hear some of these conversations. I thought it was like AI created or something crazy. But they will be headed then later this week they can tell us more about the trip, but ultimately later this week, Turning Point USA, AmFest, the America Fest in Phoenix, Arizona. And this is an incredible, one of the biggest conservative and Christian events that we've seen in a very long time, kind of a mecca, if you will, because we want to honor, of course, the late, great, assassinated, slain American icon, Charlie Kirk. This is the first year without him. So we'll talk about all of this, but Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis, Serge Philly joining us live. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. Thanks for having us. Yeah. We appreciate it.
I like the in unison there, guys.
Yeah, you sound you're in unison.
It's chemistry.
It's like a cappella. Yeah. So, wow, some of the interviews that you got are just buckle in for this one. So set the scene for how you came about to talk to these different individuals who were, I'll give them credit. They have no shame, I guess.
No, none.
Take us through what we're about to, if you're watching us on YouTube, you got to see this, or what you're about to hear. Take us through it.
So we went to Texas. It was an Americans Against Islamification march. The same type of march that happened in Dearborn, Michigan that everybody kind of seen on the internet last month. So we went and we essentially walked up and they kind of gathered outside of Epic Mosque in Plano, Texas. And there we got a few interviews. And then they started a march to City Hall, Plano City Hall, where they had a rally, where Jake Lang had a rally. And at the City Hall, there were counter protesters who were screaming, and it was kind of a back and forth. But throughout that march, we got a ton of interviews, including a lady that pulled up to us in a car and essentially screamed at me for a minute or two. But that's kind of like how everything unfolded.
So what do we want to start with? Which audio should we go to
I think
first?
we got to start with the guy talking about Muhammad. That was just such a shocking piece of audio that you guys sent over. Yeah. And Dawn actually called it out, too. She wanted to play that back. Dawn, you want me to play that?
Yes.
Here you go.
How old was the girl Muhammad married?
It was married at 6, consummated at 9.
So she was mature by 6?
No. Consummated means 9.
Okay, so 9. She was mature by 9.
You know Tanner stages? Yeah, in Tanner's, biologically, there's something called Tanner stages. Are you aware of this?
Can you explain it?
Yeah, the Tanner stages is the stages of puberty. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. By stage 4,
that was a common thing even in Europe.
Yeah, even in Europe. Rebecca was 3 in the Bible anyway.
It's like if we have slavery, slavery was a fairly normal thing in many places in the world. And as conditions change, so do the attitudes and the beliefs and, in the end, the material reality. So we have to look at the material conditions more so than ideology, because most people think that the society is driven.
So slavery and marrying 6-year-olds was okay back then, but not now? Is that kind of your...
It depends on not just the time, but the place.
It depends? So I had to look this up. The Tanner stages for females map physical puberty changes. Stage 1 is 8 to 13 with breast buds. Then 9 to 11 is, I guess, stage 2. So they're saying age 9 is like okay. And then it goes on from there. Stage 3, 12 plus. I don't know. By stage 5, they're 15. I don't know. Are they too old at that point? This is, you guys, this is disturbing.
Yeah, that's what we gathered. It was, recording the video, I was, getting nausea from this disgusting, vitriol that was coming out of that guy. But I mean, to even justify something like that and get into, biology and Tanner stages, why can't you you know, just not support that? It just leaves you speechless.
And a lot of people say like, that's the radical sect, but it's really not. This is what's taught. And when talking to them, they tried to avoid the question and they tried to distract to different things. And a lot of people who were counter protesting would do that. So they talk to their people and they're kind of media trained in a way to where they never come out and say it. But what we did was we gave them multiple chances to denounce child marriage. Could have came out and said, no, I don't support that. But he wouldn't say that. And that's disturbing. That's not American.
And so this is something where, what they appear to claim and what they're teaching is that, no, that this is okay in certain cultures or religions. Is that I mean, basically when they say consummate a relationship or consummate a marriage, so they're saying somebody's promised to each other in arranged marriages, but then they were saying consummated at age 9, meaning that 9-year-old girl is like ripe for intercourse. That's basically what they're saying.
Yeah, it's super disturbing.
Ew.
They were trying to get away from the question by saying, oh, well, that's marriage. That's not consummation.
Right.
And then it's, well, consummation at 9. Is that okay? Well, time and place. Okay, well, is it... So back then, was that okay? Well, it's relative. And again, that's where Christianity comes in. Christianity is not relative. Jesus Christ is the truth, the way, and the life all the time, and it's a constant truth. That's not the case in some other religions. And that was the case. That was the argument they were making, is that everything's relative. I think relativity is a huge problem, and objective truth is the foundation to Western culture.
And this wasn't on the video, but the same guy, he actually said that marriage is just a contract between a man and a woman, and that you can actually marry someone while they're still in the womb, before they're even born, if their father and their family, allows it. And, that was truly disturbing to hear because, as Christians, we believe in the sanctity of marriage. And it was, truly disturbing to see that right in the heart of Texas.
So they're not only arranged marriage, and they referred to this as a kind of a slavery, these arranged marriages with babies and girls. I mean,
they were saying that, and they even justified slavery somehow. And we didn't even bring that up, but I guess they wanted to dig themselves deeper into a grave. So they went about saying, slavery and child marriage was acceptable in sometimes. So, we can't judge it. Yes, we can. It's wrong.
It's called Jeez. Sorry, we're having some little technical problems here, but it is disturbing. And it also, we'll have to ask Allie Hopper about this, tag her on some of this, because you think about the justification for human trafficking and child trafficking. And so if this is in some cultures, they think it's okay to promise little girls for this purpose of pleasure, and they don't think of it as this sick, demented pedophilia like we think about it in American culture, which, that's disturbing in and of itself. So what other audio do you want to go to here, Dan Borowski? I know that we lost them, and we apologize.
No, we're back.
Oh, do we have them? Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
No, I was playing around with our
Okay.
thing on our end, and that was my fault. I'm sorry, guys.
No, that's okay.
The other one was down there in Texas. They talked to I guess this was a leftist protester in favor of essentially Sharia law, is what Frank was able to get out of this guy. You guys want to introduce this, or just play it? It's up to you, Frank.
Yeah, so they were counter protesting, and we went up and we were just, asking simple questions. And it went back to that theme that they wouldn't denounce things that people are concerned about, whether that be child marriage or Sharia law, and kind of giving, circling answers and distracting the conversation. And the goal in that interview was, do you support this or not? Do you stand behind these values or not? And if you do stand behind these values of Sharia law, if you like this system more than the Western legal structure, then that are people's concerns. Will you change our way of life, or are you going to assimilate? And I think it was a good interview in kind of getting the thoughts out of his head and what he believed.
And you can everybody should follow you and support you, Surge Philly. Now I do
have that audio if you want.
Oh, you do? Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Don. Yeah.
You would support a tax on non-Muslims based on their religious affiliation. Would you say that's a good system?
Well, bro, it's better than what we have now.
Okay, so you would say that's better than what the American
40%
system
taxes,
is.
yes. Then 40% of your income going to bomb kids, yes.
So you would rather have Sharia law?
Bro, yes, of course, bro.
So you want Sharia law in America?
Bro, we could try keep getting like the gotchas. I got you.
Well,
play the full interview.
I'm asking if you want Sharia law in America. You are advocating
like the
for
political
a tax
side of
on
Sharia law.
The legal side of Sharia law. That is what Sharia law is. It's a legal structure that enforces Islam,
That's
right?
a part.
But that's an important part that people are scared about. Would you support that?
I don't want to change anything in America. I want to keep paying 40% in taxes. I want us to keep bombing kids. That's what I want.
Okay, that's manipulative though. So you are advocating for Sharia law.
So in this one, and I know that you can, and if you go to Frank Scales' Instagram account, you have it up there.
Frank.Scales, yes.
Okay, so Christian protesters speaking on wife's conversion from Islam. You have the Muslim protesters justifying the child marriage, which, by the way, so far, what is it, 3 million plus views on that one. I'm glad.
Yeah, that one blew up, yeah.
Because everybody needs to understand what the heck is going on here. And then you have the protesters clashing. So there are Christians there who are saying, hey, look at this, and pointing it out, that they want people to know. What else were the Christian protesters telling you about as far as being in Texas, which is known as a red state, but do they feel like they're being invaded? Do they fear that this kind of culture could take over?
Yeah, we saw a lot of the people there were actually from Texas, from Plano, and they were all Christian, and they all had the same belief that Islamification is a problem there in Plano. So, as you know, some of you may or may not know that EPIC, the East Plano Islamic Center, is essentially a big mosque, and they proposed a 450-acre Muslim-only Sharia commune 40 minutes from Dallas. It got sued, and the project got delayed. But we were there at the mosque, and surrounding the mosque, there was houses with Arabic lettering on them, at least 12 houses. So they already kind of do have a compound there. And a lot of the protesters were worried about that because, just these houses with Arabic lettering on the doorway, nobody knows what that means. It's unfamiliar to the people there, and they feel like their culture is being essentially subverted there in Texas.
And the way they get around it is they say everyone is welcome, but really, is everyone welcome? And a lot of people there have told us, no, they don't feel welcome. And even people across Texas, in Dallas, we've spoken to, are concerned, and they say essentially they're being taken over, that it's everywhere. And Plano at Epic Mosque, that's like ground zero, where it's a total Muslim community with no one else. And if other people do go, they can go legally, they can go, but they're not really welcomed. And somebody actually expressed concern that there is money, Plano municipal money, tax dollars, going towards different things at Epic Mosque, like $32,000 for a woman's center.
Domestic violence, yeah.
For Muslims, and everyone's welcome, but it's for Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
And they already have resources that are for everybody in Plano. So why are they getting taxpayer money to do certain things? So one of the protesters wants to defund a lot of those programs.
We're continuing
They already have programs for women that are for everyone.
So we're continuing the conversation with Frank and Ian.
Yeah, but they have programs that are for everyone.
Yes. And so I want to, Dan has this one as well. And this is a Christian protester there that Frank is interviewing, talking about his own wife's conversion to Christianity from Islam. Listen.
Why are you against Islam?
I have a history with Islam. My wife was actually a Muslim, previously. Islam has done a toll to our family. After she left Islam, became a Christian, we received death threats. So my father-in-law is actually imam.
How has your family's health increased since your wife converted to Christianity?
The Lord has truly blessed us, I must say. I was the first person within my generation to own a house.
Congratulations.
So, thank you, all glory be to Christ. I have 3 beautiful boys, and we plan on having more. I'm Reformed Presbyterian, so most people may ask that question, but I'm Reformed Presbyterian. And
you attribute your success and your family's success to Jesus Christ?
Jesus Christ alone. I had nothing to do with it myself. I'm just simply a tool in the worker's hand.
What do Christians need to do to stop Islamification in America?
The first thing you need to do is pray. If you're going to be a Christian, hold up to your belief system. You pray and you ask God to make a way in these people's hearts, and then you go out and do the work, and that is faith being shown. So you pray and then you engage with that community. If you understand what their belief system is, you can pretty much discern when someone's actually absorbing what you're saying or they're manipulating you in the situation. But be brave enough to actually confront them and talk to them in a genuine sense. Like, I will walk into the mosque, me by myself, and people say, oh, that's the most dangerous thing. Well, God has preordained my life, so if I'm going to die as a martyr, but at least I'm going out sacrificing my life for the people I love who may even kill me like as Christ was.
It's a beautiful message, and if you're watching on YouTube, you see this husband, father of the 3 little boys. He's got that bright yellow hoodie on and carrying his flag as a Christian African-American gentleman who's thankful that his wife converted to Christianity. You know, I can't help, Ian and Frank, but think, as you now are going to be covering the Turning Point USA, a very meaningful, probably most meaningful ever AmFest that captures the hearts and minds of and support of so many Christians and conservatives across the country. I can't help but think how you are doing the work and really picking up, if you will, picking up the work where Charlie Kirk in many ways left off. I mean, he was a college student, just like both of you, in college and realizing somebody has to do this. And so you're just kind of picking up where he left off early on in his career.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only thing we really can do is put on the armor of God and carry the torch, because that's how we're going to lead the way. That's how we're going to, save America, really, is with informed journalism, on the ground journalism. We can't allow legacy media to corrupt the narrative in any way. And essentially with what's going to happen at TPUSA's AmFest is we're going to have the who's who of the conservative movement there. Vice President Vance is going to be speaking. Donald Trump Jr. is going to be speaking. So we have a lot of people on the agenda. And one of those people is actually the Attorney General of Texas, who sued the East Plano Islamic Center to pause their Sharia-only community, which was a 450-acre proposed city 40 minutes outside of Dallas. So really, he's responsible for fending off Islamification there in Plano, Texas. So we'd love to maybe grab an interview with him if we could, for sure.
So Ian McGinnis, Frank Scales, how can people support you? Because we have, as you know, very large, very supportive audience here. So give out the info, because we want to, and we hope that you'll have a chance to do some reporting for us here. And I know you're going to be very hectic broadcasting from AmFest, but we want you to be safe. But give everybody the information where they can, the latest where they can find you. Did I lose them? Oh no. It's Surge Media, Surge
so our
Philly.
goal information in
Go ahead.
Oh, we on?
Yes, you're on.
All right, sorry about that, guys.
So if anybody would like to support us and help us keep spreading information, they can go to surgemedia.us. They could donate there. They could put their email in and we'll send them updates about what we're doing. We're going to have some articles come out. So Surge Media, SURGE media.us. People can donate. People can give us their emails, and we will continue to update everyone on what's happening.
Perfect. So we look forward to hearing from you. So Frank and Ian, be safe. Please be safe. But everybody,
Yes,
we got to
absolutely.
support you. Thank you so much, Frank and Ian.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, guys.
Of course. We love you, and you're doing God's work. That's for sure.
Thank
So
you. We'll keep doing it.
I know you will. I know your parents are a little worried. College, they're still in college, right? It's just like, you guys are amazing. You're an inspiration. So
Thanks, Dawn.
Thank you, Dawn.
100%. We'll talk soon. So please support Frank Scales and Surge Philly, surgemedia.us. They're all over social media. Can't miss it for Frank and Ian. He spoke about, for example, the vice president who is actually speaking now here in Pennsylvania. There's so much to get to you, some real treats. Stay right there. This is The Dawn Show. Thanks for being here today. I appreciate you.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone. We've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2016.
With the holiday season upon us, there's nothing I'm more thankful for than being here with Crash Proof Retirement. You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There's real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And I mean, what's not to like about coming to Crash Proof Retirement? I would encourage everybody to have that same sense of security and peace for 2026.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with exciting news. Bentz Dental Group now has 2 board-certified prosthodontists. Dr. Bentz's daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, successfully completed her board certification. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Call my friends at Bentz Dental Group 610-272-6949 or visit their website at bentzdentalgroup.com.
The price of gold has risen to $4,000 per ounce. There's never been a better time to sell your unwanted gold jewelry. Immediate Cash for Gold is hosting a major buying event today through Thursday at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Bring in your unwanted, broken, or forgotten gold jewelry, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches. You'll receive a free evaluation and get paid cash on the spot. No pressure, no obligation. Top dollar offers are being made all week long. If it's gold, bring it. Gold chains, rings, earrings, bracelets, charms, estate pieces, even single earrings and broken jewelry. There's never been a better time to sell your gold jewelry than this event. It's going on today through Thursday from 10 to 5 at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Don't wait. Clean out those jewelry boxes and turn your valuables into instant cash. Again, turn your old jewelry into instant cash today through Thursday at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Sponsored by ImmediateCashForGold.com.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
Hey, if you've been putting this off, you got to stop procrastinating and getting your old furnace replaced. So, we yell at our kids. We say, don't procrastinate on finals, homework, anything else in life. To get their homework done, we need to practice what we preach. So don't be left out in the cold. Call my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Replace that old unit with a Train furnace or heat pump. TRANE It is hard to stop a train. Just go to marvinicans.com, marvinicanze.com. My guys, marvinicans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
An unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Gold is now over $4,200 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 35 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 5 days only, Monday through Friday, 3 locations. Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, St. David's at the Radnor Hotel, and in Cherry Hill at the Doubletree. Gold is hotter than ever, so get yourself some cash for the holidays. Go to estatesroadshow.com. estatesroadshow.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Philadelphia pays tribute in a proper way to our fallen hero, Philadelphia Highway Patrol Officer Andy Chan, as this morning it really began in the 5 a.m. hour as that procession went down, obviously, I-95, then to Philadelphia. And that's where the Commissioner Bethel, then joined the procession, the funeral procession for today. And so this is now 6 hours of this very formal, really beautiful tribute to one of the fallen Philadelphia Highway Patrol Officer, Andy Chan, at his funeral. And that's at the Cathedral Basilica of Saints Peter and Paul in Center City. Services set to begin at noon, and they're live streaming everything. So we've been watching this very carefully throughout the day. Road closures happening, reporting on that since 6 o'clock this morning. They also have outside, they have a huge sort of Globotron set up, if you will. And in that one, just a beautiful tribute to Officer Andy Chan, his service, his growing up here in Philadelphia, and then as, serving as a Philadelphia police officer for 24 years of his life. Really a humble guy. Had the honor of meeting him on a couple of occasions, and just a natural broadcaster, if you will. If he wanted to get out of police work and just wanted to broadcast, he could have. Just a great, bright light, great personality. And then as well, we've gotten to know his wife, now widow Tang, as we've talked about her and the children, paying tribute to them. And you think about this cold, this frigid Arctic blast that we're all in this deep freeze and sort of whining about it. You think about these officers since the wee hours of this morning escorting the flag-draped casket of our great officer, Philadelphia police officer and highway patrol officer Andy Chan, and putting that onto a horse-drawn casket or horse-drawn, buggy, if you will, with all of those fellow highway patrol officers surrounding him by the dozens, and the motorcycles as well with highway patrol, and then leading to the basilica. This is a very formal, very somber procession that has been going on, and then to the basilica, so respectful in honor of him. And even I will tell you, I was just praying for the family as I was driving in the wee hours of this morning, and I just was so thankful to see the city, Boathouse Row, the buildings lit up in blue. And it's just this moment of unity that we can all feel so proud of our great city of Philadelphia backing the blue. And this is what leadership looks like. I think of our great commissioner, Commissioner Bethel, who, we talked to, and he was on air live with Zioli Friday night at the Great Families Behind the Badge event, Families Behind the Badge, Children's Foundation, of course, all those funds being raised, not just for Andy Chan's family, but as well for others, for 10 other families. So thank you to all of you who came out for that incredible event and donating. And I will just say you can still donate. And you can donate, or you can, if you'd like they've got a lot of swag, the incredible different T-shirts and the long shirts. And I mean, it's just some great stuff that you can buy. It supports them. Or you can just go on there and make a donation. So it's FBBCF. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. You can put in Andy Chan holiday party. It'll all come up where you can donate. But just a meaningful day of unity as we all pay tribute to Philadelphia police officer and highway patrol officer Andy Chan. Obviously, this happened nearly 7 years ago. And you think of Tang being a caregiver, working full time, 3 young kids. Wow. Oh, that's a woman, a titanium, as I say. But And so we just think about her, the children, and the greater community.
So I have 2 directions you can go here, Dawn.
Yes.
I either have that great piece from NBC 10 where Tang actually spoke a bit, but I also have the piece from the Zioli show a couple years ago when Andy joined you, Rich, to talk about his dedication to the Philadelphia police and why he wanted to be a police officer. It's been played back on a lot of the local news packages, but I think it's just because it was so impactful, and it just proves as to how good of a cop, how good of a police Andy Chan was. And
let's listen in.
You want to? Okay, yeah. Here's that done.
My name is Andy Chan, Philadelphia police officer Andy Chan, and this is how I make an impact.
And he died a hero, as one of the statements from the FOP Lodge 5. And we support you. We love you. We know that our law enforcement community from across the nation, not just here in our area, this is not regional. This is something that impacts everybody. Everybody talks about it. And right during the holiday season, we're right in the middle of Hanukkah, obviously with Christmas next week. And there is no doubt he died a hero. And we will always remember him. We will always honor his sacrifice. And as far as the funeral today, the procession, you think about him, we are certainly, but I do want to give you a heads up about traffic. And that is that, the formal church service at the Basilica begins at noon. The burial service, West Laurel Hill Cemetery in Bala on the main line, that's at 2:00 this afternoon. So plan accordingly. And of course, his wife, Tang Chan, thanks all of you for your donations, for your love, for your support. And think about this. She works full-time caregiver, right? Because of his serious brain injuries that, tragically he could not survive. He passed away physically after nearly 7 years on December 2nd. But the children, and that's Thyson, Adam, and Adriana, we love you. His parents, his siblings, we've gotten to know you, and we embrace you with our prayers and our support. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. And as well for the other families. That's the thing I just want to point out. So here's a woman who's working full-time caregiver of her, brain-injured husband, 3 little kids. And she had said to, and I know you've heard the story with Mark O'Connor just saying, she said, no, you cannot have these fundraisers just for me. And so every year that has grown to give to other families in critical need, families of the fallen, families of the critically injured. And that's the kind of, community that we're talking about. It's really beautiful and heartbreaking all at once. But Chan's family, because a lot of people are saying, where do we donate? Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, as well as where he went to school here in Philadelphia, Holy Redeemer Chinese Catholic Church, as well as the Philadelphia Police Foundation, and that's in lieu of flowers. Beautiful family.
Your mention of the Chinese Catholic Church there really brings up the next point, because NBC 10 did a fantastic package that I just want to highlight, because they actually said that they were standing outside, just covering, preparing to cover for the Andy Chan funeral out there in Chinatown, had people come up to them and just express to them how much of a impact Andy Chan made on the Chinatown community. And they actually caught up with a friend, and you heard in that 12th WPHT package that we played from the Zioli show, Andy talk about a story of, growing up in Chinatown and having a police officer come in and tell his father just amazing stories, his father owning a Chinese restaurant. NBC 10 was able to catch up with a childhood friend of Andy Chan's who actually had more information, more details about that story, and I'd love to play it back, Dawn, if you're okay with that.
Of course.
Of time. In fact, I had a gentleman walked up to me on the street earlier tonight to tell me the pride that he felt to have a person of Chinese descent from Chinatown who served as a Philadelphia police officer. And as you mentioned, Jackie, tonight I spoke to a childhood friend of Officer Andy Chan who shared his story about why he became a cop.
Kids were always mischievous. Andy Chan, no, none of that. It's just good, pure and pure.
He stuck to the books.
Yeah.
Childhood friends of Officer Andy Chan knew from a young age that one day Andy would become a police officer. But it was one officer who patrolled Andy's Chinatown neighborhood when he was a kid who likely played a big role in Andy's career path.
Police officer Joe Louis was a established beat cop in Chinatown, either walking or in his car. And anytime Joe Louis was around in Chinatown, Andy Chan just knew where to find him.
Officer Louis stopping by Andy's family restaurant that once stood at 10th and Race. Now a seafood restaurant sits there, but it's here in Chinatown where Officer Louis and Andy forged a special relationship.
Just the way Andy interacted with him, you knew his path was becoming a police officer. You just knew it.
Andy went on to become a Philadelphia police officer, serving the Philadelphia community for 24 years, and never forgetting where he came from.
Andy didn't patrol Chinatown, but he was always in Chinatown. He grew up here. He goes to church here at the Holy Redeemer Church. He never left.
Then, in 2019, tragedy struck. Officer Chan was struck by a car while on patrol riding his motorcycle. For 6 years, Officer Chan suffered from very serious head trauma until he succumbed to his injuries, passing away on December 2nd this year.
And we know what happened since then.
Yeah, so that was nearly 7 years ago. But you think about his childhood friends, the family, everybody's coming out today and just honoring our great hero, Andy Chan. So that interview that everybody is airing, that Dan Borowski, our great executive producer, had posted, was a Zioli interview back from 2017. And so it's really a beautiful interview. And I think appropriately, it's the best tribute. Andy Chan, in his own words, just his light, his bright light, his enthusiasm. So our hearts are with you, to Tang and to the family, and our prayers are with you as well. All right, I know we have so much to talk about today. I know Mayor Sherrell Parker speaking out today. We also have the Vice President, J.D. Vance, speaking out as well today in Pennsylvania, and really trying to get this message of affordability. And this, as these new jobs numbers and some new economic numbers coming out today, I see optimism, but you know me, I always do. So we'll get into that. We have so much to talk about. We didn't even get into in the morning show, which is kind of shocking. But the Candace Owens, Erica Kirk, that whole, because they had the private conversation, so we have to get into that one. Oh my goodness, there's just so much to talk about today. We'll take a quick break here. Want to, on the other side, hear from you, 855-839-1210. If you want to give your tribute to, and especially if you attended on Friday or any of the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, any of these events, if you want to sound off on that, what this means to you. And we think about police recruitment in this day and age. It is such a brotherhood, sisterhood here in Philadelphia. I don't think that we have the problems that other major cities have. That's my bias, I suppose. But I see a lot of optimism for Philadelphia as well as Philadelphia police, they're still trying to recruit. We need to recruit. We're more than 1,200 officers down. So we do have that going on. 855-839-1210. Really appreciate you being here today. Dawn Stencil and Dan Borowski, our team. Be right back.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou, a term provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
Now is the season for finding a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now during Toyotathon, lease a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $299 a month for 39 months. Or buy and get 4.7% financing for 72 months. Or check out a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $229 a month for 39 months. Or get rates as low as 2.99% per 48 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Struggling to find the perfect gift this holiday season? Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa is here to make your holiday shopping easy with an MGM Rewards gift card. Give the gift that gives the most to someone special in your life. MGM Rewards gift cards can be used at one of Borgata's delectable dining venues, to book a luxurious day at the spa, and so much more. Purchase at theborgata.com. And happy holidays from Borgata.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2026 Lexus models are here and moving fast. The amazing team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Funeral today for fallen Philadelphia police officer Andy Chan. Pennsylvania lawmakers are looking into regulating artificial intelligence in healthcare. And Congressman Brendan Boyle says he has a plan to save the CAP project over the Vine Street Expressway to reconnect Chinatown.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart, tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
There is so much breaking today. We have locally the Andy Chan funeral that we've been covering since the wee hours of this morning, since 6 o'clock this morning. We have our Vice President, J.D. Vance, who is in Pennsylvania. Somewhat of a delay that's happening there. So not sure about that one.
Feel bad for the guys like McCormick and such.
Yeah. And so is Senator McCormick speaking?
So not McCormick, it's Congressman Ryan McKenzie. I said
Ryan
McCormick.
McKenzie.
Yeah, Ryan McKenzie, a frequent guest of our show, is talking right now.
So he's the warm-up act for Vice President Vance. Not a bad gig. Let's listen in.
Are backing them up by reducing permit times and slashing red tape. Now let's recap. During the last 11 months, with this Congress and this administration working together, we have now been able to secure the border, have a stronger nation, a safer world, an energy revolution that is going to bring down costs for everyday Americans. It's incredible. On issue after issue, the administration has delivered on its promises in a way that no administration has done in memory. And we're pushing ahead with our plans to build an economy where prices are more affordable, wages are higher, and working families can thrive. When seniors said they were struggling after 4 years of Bidenomics, we delivered a new $6,000 bonus deduction, eliminating taxes on Social Security for 88% of seniors. With renters and homeowners struggling because of high prices, we have worked to stabilize our economy, which means interest rates come down, and we also passed what is the largest investment in housing affordability in decades, which will pave the way for over 1 million new, high-quality, affordable housing units right here in America.
So you are listening to, this is Congressman Ryan McKenzie. And the warm-up, if you will, for Vice President J.D. Vance. And so this is, we're continuing to cover this, but we will wait for the vice president. Want to get on to, and obviously I mentioned Ryan
just quick
earlier,
note,
by the way.
I'm sorry, Congressman Ryan McKenzie most likely joining us 10:45 on Friday to talk about this moment.
Thank you, Dan. You're the best. Is Dan Borowski the best or what?
Hey, thanks.
Wow, I'm so lucky. So
thank you, Don.
I am.
Nice. Appreciate that.
So what was I going to say? Oh, so earlier, I brought him up, Dan, because we got to know him on the campaign trail. I mean, just like, wow, this guy is just a good guy. He's authentic, great guy, young dad. His wife, he and his wife having the second baby
Yeah,
now.
remember he's packing up the minivan, going down to Washington, coming back for the weekend, spend it with the kids.
Yeah, just really likable, down to earth, authentic, like hardworking guy. So who better to be one of the people, the speakers there? And this is his, and he nailed it, by the way, during the last election and was one of those Republicans who helped flip the House. So pretty cool there. So we'll wait for that one. Another one, this was inspiring yesterday. I know that I mentioned it early on in the news this morning, but I want to get to this, and that is these 13 U.S. military, Border Patrol, Marines really honored for their commitment to keeping our border security. And so this is a new award, a new medal that President Trump handed out yesterday afternoon. Tom Homan, I got chill bumps when he spoke and just really put things into perspective of what it means to each and every one of us, kids, grandkids, every American, what it means to us each and every day. Thank God President Trump is the president of the United States of America. And listen to this, a piece of Tom Homan's great speech yesterday.
I want to make something perfectly clear, because we get attacked all the time being inhumane. The Biden administration is much more humane. It's a bunch of crap. Because there's been studies done that 31% of women that make that journey through the cartels get sexually assaulted. They get raped. And not just the women, children too. I've done numerous investigations in that. Sex trafficking was at historic highs with that open border. Fentanyl, historic highs that killed 250,000 Americans. No inspector terrorists that came across the border. Record, historic. What happened under the Biden administration was the most inhumane thing I've seen in my lifetime. Now that the border is 96% decline, 96% less people are coming, how many women aren't being raped? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many women and children aren't being sex trafficked into this country every day? How many known suspected terrorists aren't just walking across that border? President Trump and this administration is saving thousands of lives every month. Hard stop. That's just a stone cold fact. I'm just proud to be a part of this. I work with Steve Miller every day. Steve Miller is one of the most brilliant people I've met in my entire life. President Trump brought together one hell of a team here, and the success proves. We all working together, one team, one fight. We're not done yet. We're going to keep going, and I guarantee you we can continue saving thousands and thousands of lives. Secure border means strong national security. Secure border saves lives. Thank you.
Thank you. And so that's this, earlier this morning, when everybody was talking about comments that Trump was asked post this wonderful ceremony, celebrating those who put their lives on the line in law enforcement to keep us safe, and the fact that President Trump has made it so the border crossings are zero. That means zero predators, zero killers, zero people who just got out of some prison somewhere and now they're coming for us and our communities, gangbangers, drug peddlers, drug dealers, all of this. He stopped it. That's prevention. He prevented all of this tragedy from happening. And nobody reports on it. Nobody talks about it. It was an incredible ceremony today. And I loved his words of how he's so honored to be part of this incredible team. And so, yeah, this morning I got a little annoyed when it goes on and on and on. Well, you need to, this is embarrassing that President Trump didn't answer a question about a Hollywood person, an actor, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to hear about it. I don't, because the job of being president of the United States, this is the job. This is what he's doing. It's action. It's not words. It's not some statement he put out on True Social. So no, I'm not going to focus on that. I'm just not. You can think what you want. I'm not going to tell anybody how to vote, how to think. I always say to myself, and even if I give advice over the years, let's say, to anybody, who you're going to vote for, who you're going to marry. Don't watch their words or their slick talk. Look at their actions. And specifically look at their actions. There's the old saying in church, don't look at their actions Sunday morning, look at their actions Saturday night. With President Trump, he works 24/7. The guy does not take a salary. And he has worked 24/7, harder than any president I think we've ever had, certainly in my lifetime. Just go, traveling internationally, trying to solve eight wars or conflicts around the world. Why? Peace and prosperity, pressuring with economic pressure. So rather than send our sons and daughters overseas to fight and putting them in harm's way, he'd rather put economic pressure on them. Rather than allow drugs to come here and then deal with it after the fact and let all these deaths happen by the hundreds of thousands, he's blowing up the drug boats, which they just blew up 3 more.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
And look at this. Boom. Kaplooey. So that's what he's doing. Is saying, yeah, let's not let's not have the drugs come here. That's the war on drugs. And in my career, I've covered the war on drugs. It was dramatic. And the media got to work with the police and boom, and and you got to the video. Who was shown in that video? These were poor people, the so-called black and brown community, where people were rounded up in crack houses and shown as like part of the bad guys and part of the problem. Trump sees it differently. Trump says, you know what? I don't like that kind of thing. I don't like to see my fellow Americans, no matter what their zip code, no matter how poor or rich, right? No matter what their skin color. No, I don't like to see my fellow Americans addicted. I don't like that. They're self-medicating because you know what? Not for nothing, but they're out of a job and they're poor. So you know what? I don't want that drug to come to their community, your community, my community. We're going to keep those drugs out. That's what we're going to do. And you know what, by the way? We're going to fix the school in your community so that your child, no matter where you live, gets the same education as somebody in a wealthy community, no matter what their zip code, no matter what their skin color. Do you see a theme here? I do. So this is a man of action, a man whose policies make a difference in your life, in my life, and in the lives of those in the future generations of our country. And he's doing it all at once. Crime, educate. Look at the issues. I mean, it's pretty incredible. He gets no credit from the so-called progressive media that just ignores, bias by omission, will never give the man credit. Best president ever in the United States of America, certainly in modern times. Go ahead, debate me on it. 855-839-1210. I dare you, because I'm in a feisty mood. Boom.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
The Arctic air mass remains in place for one more day. We'll have a mix of sun and clouds with a high temperature well below average at 34. Another cold night tonight, partly cloudy, low 21 for the city, colder in the suburbs. And for Wednesday, partly sunny and milder with a high temperature back near average at 43.
During the Holiday Love celebration, get exquisite offers on a new 2026 Mercedes-Benz GLA, GLC, or GLS. Featuring the very latest in style, safety, and tech. The most festive season has arrived. Visit Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. Understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to billshappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to billshappen.com. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow. Billshappen.com is safe, secure, and all online. Just remember, when you need cash, go to billshappen.com. Billshappen.com for the cash you need now. billshappen.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
So we're awaiting J.D. Vance at the podium at some point today. I know there are a lot of speakers.
It's very late.
Right? I thought it was...
Oh, here he comes now. Look at the timing,
Oh, my goodness.
Dawn. Wow.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Yeah,
and Usha. I love Usha. I want to hear more from her.
Yeah? He's still making his way to the podium, but yeah.
So he's going to be talking about the economy, and you heard the theme with Ryan McKenzie. Just an incredible venue. He's so good about talking about this affordability issue.
It's a good day.
Good to have you here, Mr. Vice President.
Anytime you get out of Washington, D.C., and I got to tell you, I want to go to the bar and drink whatever these guys over here are drinking because they're having a good time. They're having a good time. I want to thank a few people before I get started here. First of all, I'm so honored to be joined by our wonderful second lady, Usha Vance, my lovely wife, Usha.
Usha.
I want to thank our great Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez DeRimmer, who's doing an amazing job, and she's focused on something that I think is very much close to the heart of our great workers here in Pennsylvania, which is this very simple idea that you ought to be able to raise a family and earn a good wage even if you don't go to college. We don't want to force everybody to go to college. We want to empower people who want to work with their hands to earn a good wage and do a good job, and she's fighting for that every single day. Lori's doing a great job. We've got...
Uh-oh.
What happened?
I don't know.
Oh, no.
Great Congressman Ryan McKenzie. Ryan, please stand up and say hello to everybody.
Yes.
Ryan is doing a good job
Yes.
in Washington. He's got a great heart for the people of this district. He's only been in town for a couple of years, maybe only a year now, right? That you've been in Congress. And you see it all the time. You see it with Democrats and Republicans. Sometimes people go to Washington and forget who they serve. Not Ryan McKenzie. You are very lucky in Pennsylvania to have one of the good ones. And Ryan is helping us every single day fight for American workers. I believe, young man, shouldn't you be in school?
Give him a note.
We got a great young patriot over here. You ought to come up and take a photo afterwards. But I also want to give a shout out to Treasurer Stacey Garrity. Stacey, thanks for everything that you do, and thanks for being here today. Where's she? There we go.
Running for governor.
Of course, finally, to all the employees and the management, the good people of Uline for making it possible to be here. This is a massive facility, and I think that it speaks to what's going on in the United States of America under the past 10 months of Donald J. Trump's presidential leadership. Under this president, my friends, we are building again. We are investing in the United States of America again. You heard our Secretary of Labor talk about it. 61,000 jobs added in the month of November, and that's not all. We saw private sector wage growth grow at a rate of 4.2%. You know what that means? That means we're seeing the fastest private sector wage growth that we have seen in this country in many, many years. And we're doing it by having a president and an administration that believes in you and fights for you. That is what we're trying to do every single day. Now, I will say, as excited as I was to be here this morning, I remember when I got off the airplane, and it is cold. And, you know, like a good gentleman, I let my wife come down the steps first, and then I get to the bottom of the steps, and there's a bunch of firefighters from the Great Lehigh Valley who want to take a photo with me. And obviously, I love our firefighters. I'm happy to take a photo. Now, here's the problem. To the right of me is all these media cameras probably broadcasting my every moment on national television, some of the fake news gathered with us here today. And to the left of me is these great firefighters, and there before me is a sheet of black ice. Oof. And I think to myself, if I walk over to those guys and take this photo, I'm going to bust my you-know-what. I'm not going to say it because we have this very bright young man here. I don't want to teach any bad words. I don't want your mom and dad to be mad at me. So I do what any self-respecting man would do in a situation like that. I send my wife to go and take a photo with the firefighters. No, I didn't. I actually didn't. I did it the right way, but I did do sort of the Biden slow shuffle to get over there. I did not want these national cameras to catch me doing anything, you know, because if I wiped out on that runway, you all know that would be national news for the next week. Now, Joe Biden could fall walking up the steps in broad daylight in 80-degree weather. Nobody would mind it, but if me or the president do anything like that, it's going to be plastered all over the news. But now we're here, we've made it, we have not wiped out, and we're here to talk about America's economic comeback. And ladies and gentlemen, we needed an economic comeback in the United States of America. We needed it. When we talk about all the wage growth, when we talk about all the people who are coming into the United States to invest in the American worker, we've got real money, real jobs, and real opportunity. What that means for the state of Pennsylvania is that in just the last 11 months, we're creating 60,000 good-paying jobs for Pennsylvania families, and we're bringing in, just in this one Commonwealth, $100 billion of new investment into this great place. That is real opportunity for the American people. That is real wage growth for the American people.
So Vice President J.D. Vance, Uline warehouse here, factory.
And look, I grew up in a community. I was raised by my grandmother in a community where, when I was growing up, the factories were closing down. And those good-paying jobs, they weren't coming into our communities. They were getting shipped overseas by politicians in Washington, D.C. The President of the United States has set this entire administration on a different course. We are sick of rewarding companies that ship jobs overseas.
Remember Obama? Those jobs are never coming back, remember?
And give Americans good wages to do it. And you already see it, my friends. You already see it in some of the numbers that we're seeing. When I talk about what we are most proud of, I probably start with what we've been able to do at the southern border, and we'll talk about that in a second. But right after that is, if you go to the Biden administration, the average American family lost $3,000 of take-home pay through the terrible inflation of the Biden administration. In just 10 months of the Trump administration, the average American family has gained about $1,000 of take-home pay. Now that difference could not be starker. When Joe Biden was president for 4 years, he took $3,000 out of your pocket. And in just 10 months of the president's leadership, we have put $1,000 back in your pocket. That's what that means. And that's just the beginning, my friends. That is just the beginning.
Perfectly said. This is just the beginning of the comeback.
Every single day you are going to have, and if this doesn't turn out to be true, I'll come back here and you can all tell me I'm wrong. But I'm telling you, it's going to be true. You are going to have middle-class Americans, middle-class Pennsylvanians, some of the best tax season in 2026 that you've ever had. Because if you look at no taxes on overtime, no taxes on tips, When we talk about no taxes on your auto loans if you buy an American-made car, now those are political words. I'm sure you've heard them on TV, but starting with tax season in just a couple of weeks, you're going to see that in your tax refund. That's what that means. More money in your pocket because you've got a president and a Congress that are fighting for you for a change, and that's exactly what it should
But
be.
the tone is perfect. It's look at, we're doing this. It's underway. The comeback is underway. It's only 10 months in.
I'm a little surprised by when the Democrats talk all the time about affordability.
Ooh, here it comes.
Democrats say, things aren't affordable. This isn't affordable. This has gotten more expensive. Drugs have gotten more expensive. Housing's gotten more expensive. And you know what? They're right, and it was because of them. It ain't that hard. If you go back to the 4 years of the Biden administration, why did housing get so expensive, double in price during the Biden administration? It's because Joe Biden let in 20 million illegal immigrants who took homes that ought by right go to American citizens and to the people of this great state. When we talk about why did health care get so unaffordable during the Biden administration, it's because Joe Biden allowed prescription drug companies to take advantage of this country. Europeans were paying way less for prescription drugs than our American citizens. It took Donald J. Trump to haul those pharmaceutical executives into the Oval Office and say, no more. Europe's going to pay more for drugs, and America's going to pay less for drugs because we got to fight for the American people for a change.
Vice President J.D. Vance.
Why have rents gone down for 4 consecutive months? And I know they're still too high, but why have rents gone down for 4 consecutive months? Because we're starting to get those illegal aliens out of the United States of America.
Oops, did we lose him again?
Yeah, we lost him.
So we'll try to get that back. But this is critical because what he's saying is he's going point by point. The tone is perfect. I love Magalmush. You're saying he's a great orator. Beach chair, enjoying the speech.
Finally be able to afford a home again. It's very, very simple economics. When you ask, why is it that we have trillions?
Sorry about
we
that.
got a president who says, if you're going to build in America, if you're going to invest in America, we're going to make it easy for you. But if you're not going to build anything in America, if you're going to try to ship an American job overseas, then we are going to penalize you for doing something overseas that you ought to do in the United States of America. That's why we've got so much money coming in. So if you look at every single affordability crisis that we talk about in the United States of America today, it's because we inherited a nightmare of an economy from Joe Biden. The highest peacetime debt and deficits in the history of the United States of America. That blows the door off inflation. The highest energy prices in the history of the United States of America. We are in one of the great energy regions in the entire world, not just in America, in the entire world. You know why energy prices are lower? You know why gas prices have come down so much?
This is such a great
because
speech.
we finally got an American president who wants to invest in American energy and American workers instead of green energy boondoggles that are produced overseas.
Do you get the gist of Vice President J.D. Vance's speech? I think this is perfect. I really do. I think he is hitting the right note because you'll notice ing. The present participle, right? Present tense, if you will. Everything is, it's coming, it's happening, it is underway. And that's the way to phrase this. For the past 4 months, you have a brand new administration coming in January 20th. We've been working on all of these things, and that's the INGs. We're working, it's coming, it's underway, it's happening. And that's what this administration is doing. And in a relatively, you think about digging out from something. That's perfect what he's saying. And he hits every single affordability issue that the media has been talking about and somehow blames the current administration that hasn't even been here a full year. This is exactly what we need. And so with these numbers today, I think that it's all good. So I'm encouraged by this speech. So keep it coming as far as what you think here. I'm looking at, anybody who does Vine on Amazon has to be seeing the impact of tariffs. So you're still talking about tariffs. The number of items available are dropping, but then that means buying products here in the USA. So some of you still talking about tariffs. Some of you, Mango Mush loves Vance Homan. So we'll continue.
Is it orator or orator?
Orator.
Orator?
Mm-hmm.
Orator.
Orator.
Okay.
Well, Southerner might say orator.
Orator.
Just like chewing gum, orator,
orator.
things of that nature.
Voice
But
wondered. Just never
I'm
had
liking
the, no, never had the gumption to ask.
But I'm liking his speech. You can let me know, 855-839-1210. You know what else I like? Oh, spring in Portugal, Spain. How does that sound? So the Roman Empire called it Finisterre, end of the earth. We're going to be calling home for 10 incredible days next spring. If you loved our tour events in Italy with our friends at conservativetours.com, Ken Chase, wow. This one, best ever. And it's really just for you. He's catering this. And many of you requested, what about Portugal? Thinking about Fatima, thinking about Spain, dining at the wineries. One of the true highlights that we have, the camaraderie, the delicious wine, the food, rivaling the best in Europe. Private Portuguese escort for the event, 4-star accommodations, $57.38. Yes, that includes your airfare from here in Philadelphia. Abidos and Fatima, the elegance of Coimbra. Call now, 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, Cascais. Those alone are incredible, but there's more. We're going to discover together Portugal's answer to Tuscany, the Douro Valley, Santiago de Compostela in Spain. What an incredible, incredible drawing the pilgrims in such a passionate way. Join me for all the history, the delicious food, the dinners we share, the breakfasts, every morning getting up early and having breakfast together, and the wonderful coffee, the unique beauty of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. I can't wait. I hope you join me. Join us, conservativetours.com. I'll see you at the Bellum Tower, conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturday evenings at 5 and Sunday mornings at 9, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Hey, Philadelphia. Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabits for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your greater Philadelphia area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
So I would give J.D. Vance's speech, from the bulk of it that you heard here, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. I like the tone of the speech. I think he's right in the sweet spot where he should be, and I like the fact that he's folksy and conversational and comfortable. So it's easy, relaxed, not stressed. I love the speech with J.D. Vance, and I hope this message continues. And I know it won't get the coverage it needs. Dottie made a great point on the YouTube chat that it takes time to dig out from something like this. Dom Giordano in the house. Hey, Dom.
Hey, thank you, Dawn. Yeah, I'm going to break down the particulars of that. And Mikey Sherrill's Attorney General, she was an attorney for who again? We'll get into that.
Oh, my goodness. A great Dom show just ahead.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
As the holidays arrive, Bucks County Estate Traders is grateful for you, their customers who believe that furniture should have character, history, and heart. Every piece they carry has a story, and they love helping it become part of yours. If you're looking to finish a room, warm up a space, or find that perfect focal point, you'll discover it in their Hatfield showroom. Bucks County Estate Traders, helping you create a home that feels uniquely yours. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com, open 7 days a week.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. Guess what the word of the day is? Affordability. Mikey Sherrill, we told you so. We told all Jersey. They don't care. She's going to provide affordability. Kind of interesting. What did her new attorney general say in her remarks she's going to do? She's going to ensure affordability. Wait a minute. She's the attorney general. She's not Scott Bessent. She's not the governor. How is she ensuring affordability? You know, that seems to indicate she's going to take legal action against anybody they think is charging too much because they make the cost of business so high in Jersey. Remember all those gouging laws? That's the way I read it when I saw this yesterday. What really popped for me when she said, I'm going to go after Donald Trump, of course. But I'm going to ensure affordability. How does an attorney general ensure affordability? Bit of a conflict here, though. Matt Rooney saw it. I saw it, too. She's the former attorney for probably the biggest energy provider in Jersey. What? How did that happen with Mikey Sherrill, who ran on affordability, ran on all this stuff? Day one, I'm going to stop them. It's amazing. It's not about that, though. You know what it's about. It's about they want to get at Trump. They came out wild-eyed. It wasn't about affordability. It was they hate Trump. They want to savage Trump. The counter's got to be what got him elected in 2024. And there are two prongs to that. One of them is to do what J.D. Vance just did, and that is to break down their phony claims of affordability and to talk about in detail what the Trump people are doing. And that's part of the coalition. The other part, maybe is the harder part, to get these Trump voters up off the couch and out and voting. Those are the two things. If they happen, we'll win. If they don't, we're not going to win. So I'll break down J.D. Vance in a moment. I thought it was very good. This is what I'd like to hear from President Trump. But I saw this yesterday in several places now. This is a guy discussing his bill, his health care bill, particularly if the field is without any change that Republicans or Democrats come up with. His costs for his family of four would be $27,224. That can't be over the course of the year. What? The deductible. You know, I didn't look at I should have looked at my deductible before your insurance has to start paying. The deductible under this plan, $13,000. You got to pay $13,000 before the deductible stops. They get to deduct that. Now, Republicans are out there today saying Democrats are just trying to protect the insurance companies who are making out incredibly. That's true. Will it be effective or not? All right, one other thing. This hypothetical, this is the Obamacare bronze. Out of pocket, the maximum you have to pay, oh my God, is $20,300. So take a look at this health care plan. You know what people are going to say? Well, why have a health care plan? I mean, how's that a health care plan? Yeah, maybe at the most catastrophic, it helps me. I got to pay $27,224. I have a deductible of $13,000 and out of pocket $20,300. Why not take a chance and go without health care? That's what you may see people do if it stands as it does now. Now, we got Greg Rothman coming on. Going to ask him he's the head of the Republicans in Pennsylvania, affordability, Vance, and also ask him about the health care plan. What would he like to see? We should have Van Drew on and McKenzie and all those guys and McCormick all through this week because they know how serious this is. What are we down to? 3 days, I think. 3 days left in the session. Are they going to come up with a miracle health care plan? Probably not. Okay. Now, J.D. Vance, what I like, and look, President Trump can do this. He doesn't have to read from a prompter. Oh, that's boring. It's not a rally. Can't you entertain and then do it? Now, what Vance did that I like, he tapped into the fact that he came from a community, hillbilly elegy, where the jobs left, they went overseas, and how the Trump people are bringing them back home with investment on top of investment. He talked about the affordability crisis. He didn't deny it. He talked about how the Biden people every year took $3,000, I think it's even higher, out of the pockets of the average American because of inflation. And he talked about how Trump has already put $1,000 back in pocket. Then he backed it up and he proved it. He talked about, I like this word. It's one of my favorite words in this because that's exactly how I'd be pitching it. We're going to claw it back. I love the claw back. I love hearing that expression. I love it. We're clawing it back from what Democrats did. Inch by inch by inch, we're clawing it back. It's our process. It's going to take a while, but we're doing it every day. You can say two things at once. You know, these people that just say, oh, well, it didn't happen overnight. You can't. Oh, shut up. You're wrong. You got to indicate to people you're fighting every day on this, though, inch by inch. Not just, you'll see, it'll be back. Remember, the midterms start now. They've already started. Talking about the clawback today was really good stuff. So I love how J.D. Vance tapped into his own background. I love the setting in Pennsylvania. And I think he told the story very well. He didn't call it a hoax. He didn't say, I'm not going to use the word affordability. He did use it. But tapping into his own background, tapping into what they're doing now and what's going to kick in was entirely appropriate. And we'll try to give it as much play as we can. I'm sure the media, other than Fox, not going to cover it because it's effective. It is a pushback against Democrats. He could debate them on this. I just hope President Trump on this barnstorming takes a page. Yeah, J.D. Vance doesn't have the pizzazz. He wasn't that entertaining. He was comfortable. He was down to earth. He had a couple of bits of humor there. It's not about that. It's laying out what Biden did, what you're doing now, clawback, and how this will all come together in the near future. And I think today was exactly the right. Meanwhile, in Jersey, we have the Attorney General from Mikey Sherrill saying she's going to ensure affordability. How would you like to be a business in New Jersey hearing that? You know what it means. Anything they don't like, they're going to go after you, saying that you're raising prices, you're causing it, when they did it. Meanwhile, they're trying to get rid of the sales tax. Now, Linda Kearns will be here a little bit later because this unending story in Chester County. Remember when this happened? Election day. We're nearing Christmas. Oh, come on now, Chester County, you're not going to drop the bomb on Christmas Eve, what happened here, and shut up and move on. You're not going to do it on Christmas Eve, are you? I bet their advisor's saying, no. Don't do it on Christmas Eve. Do it on the 26th. People will still have the stupors of over Christmas and all. It's a Friday. Do it at 4 o'clock on a Friday. That's what happened. See you next year. These weasels. Now, even the Inquirer's got a pretty lengthy article today on the number of whistleblowers that talk about the woman in charge in Chester County with the commissioners picked her, what a toxic workplace it was, what she was doing there. And they predicted way back when, one of them, when they left, something like this was going to happen. So how in the world in Chester County do people just accept, oh, well, yeah, what was that about? What happened to us on Election Day? We were mad. Who was in charge? We don't care now. They're slow walking this unbelievably. What are they investigating? We know what happened. It should have taken a couple of hours. Charge us a few thousand and tell us who's responsible. When are they going to do that? My prediction is I don't think that, that would look bad. Don't do it on Christmas Eve. Do it the day after. Show that people were working even after Christmas. Make it 5 o'clock on that Friday. Make it 2 o'clock in the morning. We did it. We got to the bottom of this. So Linda will be here to break this down. What does it do when you have a toxic workplace and all these things? Will these whistleblowers come forward? And guess what, though? You know what the Inquirer puts part of their stress, the people in Chester County doing the election? Oh, yeah. Election denialism. You know what that means? Trump did it again. The Trump and Trump people. They made these people stressed out, and burned out. No. They say the woman was toxic. She created a toxic work environment. It's been going on for quite a while. And they were predicting there would be a screw up like this because of all the stress and antagonism going on behind the scenes. And what happened? We had a major one that you don't forget. We don't forget. We're on it forever. I mean, these commissioners as a group in suburbia are just despicable. I think these people in horsey country, they're more the number one, the worst, even more than the Mr. Softy guy. It's Diane Merceglia. The Mr. Softy guy does get the juices flowing for me. The guy rushing to the prison to register voters. Remember that? We stopped him. But Diane Merceglia, no, she's got it all. The venom, the whole thing in Bucks County. She's got it all. The most progressive is probably in Delaware County. I mean, Philadelphia, you got goofballs in Philadelphia City Council, but these people in the suburbs are smarter and they're more ideological. They're crazed. They represent what the suburbs have become, big time. All right, you can get in on any of that, 855-839-1210. President Trump talking about removing, I'm going to play it for you, removing marijuana from the Schedule 1 with LSD and harder drugs. And I'm supportive of that. I'll play you what he said. We're going to have a special guest coming on, recommended by Dawn Fantasia from her neck of the woods, Sussex County. Henry and I were sitting yesterday and said, yeah, let's take a look. Look, I know it was in 2021, but the infrastructure didn't get put into play in Jersey for a while. I would say it's probably 2 years. It seems more like a year and a half. It's actually been up and running. What's the result of legal marijuana in New Jersey? Big story today, New York Post. The guy says medical marijuana was a scam. It really doesn't do anything. Big study out. And he referenced, you got to love these guys, that in Pennsylvania in 2022, only 17 doctors, Henry, issued 132,000 medical marijuana certifications, meaning, yep, you can go and get medical marijuana.
That doesn't shock me.
17. They got to be working around the clock.
Yeah. Oh, that's that. I mean, that's the whole clinic. Yeah. Next. All right. What's your problem today? I have headaches. All right, weed. All right, next. Marijuana is such a funny thing. Just think of the number. I wrote you a text or and said, is this guy on about pot, weed? You can still call it. You could still call it dope. Yeah. I mean, dope is fine. No, dope is fine with me. It's fine, yeah. I think now it's getting a little harder, the dope word at least.
Okay.
Strung out on dope, like.
No, well, it's, makes you, I saw kids up close. I still think in many instances it lowers your overall outlook and drive. I saw these kids as freshmen into sophomore. I don't see anything else. I didn't say it was a gateway or whatever, although, some evidence of that. But imagine only 17 doctors, 132,000 people on medical marijuana.
That's exactly why I picture it.
Honestly. Oh, my God. And look, I'm fine with medical marijuana. I think there's some evidence it does help people that have various difficulties. But overall, probably a scam. So we'll talk. It's
all right to have this scam.
Yeah. We'll talk with this assemblyman about how is it going in Jersey. In other words, is it a success? What's the metric on that? Here's President Trump talking about taking it off the schedule of the harder drugs.
Is it accurate that you are considering an executive order to reclassify marijuana?
We are considering that, yeah.
Okay. Are you planning?
Because a lot of people want to see it, the reclassification, because it leads to tremendous amounts of research that can't be done unless you reclassify. So we are looking at that very strongly.
All right. Now, people are, let me bring it all together here. People are making the point, MAGA's not going to like this. They're going to be off Trump if he does that. No way. I don't think people that identify as MAGA care about that issue. And I think the play for Trump, he's thinking in midterms, maybe people will give him brownie points if he does that. I think that's what we're seeing develop.
The other thing, our buddy Scott Jennings last night laid it out on the Abby Phillips show. The tweet about Rob Reiner. Okay. Just trying to tell people, no, that's not going to crumple his base. It's not good. It's not good what he did. If you think it's good, then I think you got problems. Come on. Again, we're not like them. And Rob Reiner did say a number of things about Trump and Russiagate and all that. But in death, we don't go there particularly saying, look, the son apparently is addicted. And that's what allegedly is involved here. He cut their throats, allegedly, as far as we know. So it's heavy-duty stuff. Is that going to break people from Trump? As Jennings put it, a mean tweet. No, it's not. Is it a good idea? No, it's not. Yeah, but Rob Reiner, okay. You want to continue to do that? Knock yourself out. Not a good idea. Not at all. No gain on that. Nothing. 855-839-1210. Let me give you the side question. And this one might be a bit tricky. We'll see. I think people can do it. Fingers crossed here. Rob Reiner was the director. I don't know why that escaped me, of A Few Good Men.
Yeah.
I make the point all the time that with A Few Good Men, yes, we know the line that gets out there. And I guess I know why that escapes the film and becomes the line. But internal to the film, yeah, that music is so well done. The line that's much better is ordering the code red. When he does that, that to me is just the tension, the pinnacle. And instantly the world changes. So we're looking for a film. Think of a really good film, or at least one that people know really well, and give us a line that you think is every bit as good, or at least close to the line that everybody remembers from it. Case in point, give him an offer he can't refuse. I don't think that's as good as several lines in Godfather. Probably leave the gun, take the cannolis. I think if you ask people now, they like that line better. It captures a little bit more of the spirit. The other's just so well known, it's overwhelming. You have a better one, too. There's 3 or 4 others.
Oh, I mean, it's a very quotable movie. Like, an up there of quotability. It's probably
it is.
Top 3.
Yeah, it's got to be. In Godfather 2, there are, this is the business we've chosen. To me, that's the line. It summarizes, that's the whole theme of Godfather 2. It's more the business continuation. It's not as glamorous as the grandeur of Godfather 1. They're going into Vegas now, stuff like that. All right, how about yours, Henry?
Yeah. How about a phrase coined in the fictional summer of 1962 when, one of your friends is just, I mean, how could he be this lame? I mean, you're killing me, Smalls. I mean, that line I think is the most iconic from The Sandlot. But I always think about when the Babe visits Benny in his dreams the one night and what he says on the way out the door. Heroes get remembered, but legends never die. Follow your heart, kid, and you'll never go wrong. I mean, that quote's great. I love that quote.
Now, give me some vodka and a cigarette. Yeah, I'm gonna hit 500 home runs. Okay. So it doesn't have to be overwhelming. It's just another line. Think of some of the movies you really like. There are lines that are quotable, not just the one that's the headliner, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so 855-839-1210. We'll see how it goes. AT&T and Verizon. By the way, Animal Farm remake now has a billionaire in it that is the villain.
Oh
my God!
Did we make that?
Yeah, I never saw the movie, but the book.
I never read the book.
Yeah, I read the book. I think I taught it until quite a while ago, and how you want to go there with the billionaire? That's not what it's about. That's not the message of Animal Farm. Not even in the slightest. Well, think of the book, 1984. I think the line there's several lines in there used for the party, but do it to Julia. You got your head put into a rat cage, and you can hear the rat. They're going to open up the door if you don't renounce Julia and everything else. Man, you're going to renounce Julia. That's pretty insidious. All right, so hit us with that film. We'll help you if you need so, with the line that's a memorable one. And you give us the line that you think rivals it or is equally as good or pops to you in some way, shape, or form. You do that by getting in at 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All we need you to do is just push pound 1210. And we'll talk with this guy later on about marijuana. What metric do you use? Is there trade-offs? Is it a success in Jersey? I know we hear they bring in $1 billion a year, et cetera, et cetera. He'll tell us whether that's true or not. Is there an uptick in problems in the workplace? I'm not even sure how they test. And can you operate heavy equipment then? DUI, it's difficult with marijuana. Very difficult. I don't know what the police report on that. 855-839-1210. You got a line on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
CNN is trying to convince people that Trump's deportations are bad because Modelo and Corona sales are plummeting. Because you just assume that Mexican people drink Mexican beer. I like
love
Corona.
Mexican beer.
I love Corona.
I like Dos Equis, Modelo, Corona. You know why Modelo became #1 2 years ago in 2023? Do we need to do revisionist history here?
I was just going to say that.
Because Alyssa Heinerschneid thought sticking Dylan Mulvaney in a Bud Light ad,
right.
which was the #1 beer in America, tanked. And who took off? Modelo.
Yep.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Ready to grow your savings and plant the seeds for a stronger financial future? With a growth savings account from First Harvest Credit Union, you can earn up to 3.05 annual percentage yield and enjoy flexible access to your funds. Or explore our competitive certificate and IRA specials to cultivate even more growth. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by your nearest branch to get started. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Staples presents An Easy Holiday.
Running a small business during the holidays is hard.
No truer words were.
But this year, Staples helped me have an easy holiday.
Your script has a typo.
Nope, easy peasy. I just ordered online at staples.com and picked up in store. And with UPS on site, shipping was easy too. Plus, huge savings on tech, custom cards, even my holiday sale signage.
Visit your local Staples store or staples.com today for up to 45% off select laptops.
That was easy.
Ins 12/27.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the gifts for the ones you adore. Wine, spirits, beers, all nestled on shelves. Got some advice from our helpful elves. Oh, so many gifts to explore when you go to Total Wine and more. Bottles so delightful, whoa. Priced so amazingly low.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom time. Get in right now. 855-839-1210. So, you know the iconic lines. You probably know 100 of them from films. Is there another line in that film? Like I say, with A Few Good Men, it's not the Can't Handle the Truth. There's a lot of bluster in that. It's the code red to me that does it. More dramatic. Make your case. Give us the iconic line and a line that you like from it or a situation. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. As I said, President Trump looking at the upside downside of, I don't think it ought to be a Schedule I drug. I don't know how you could think that. We're told constantly that, yeah, well, it's different than the weed and dope of 20 years ago or 25 years ago. Christie makes that argument. I'm not sure how accurate it is. It might be. But is in there with LSD, heroin, things of that nature? No, I think Trump removing it from that would open up what should happen. This ought to be voted on state by state. And in New Jersey, people wanted it. So it was fair and square, referendum on it. Even Ocean City voted for it. I remember looking at the vote totals when it was on the referendum. Would it pass in Pennsylvania? I would love to see, because it would be a ferocious battle. I think it would be very close. All right, coming up, too, in the next segment, we have put together, after much thought, a stunning array of the top 8 callers. We'll give you them and their opponent, and then we'll tell you where to go to vote. And you can't vote early, vote often. Newman Price Waterhouse is certifying this, just like on TV. And we'll give you an update each day, and the voting will end on Friday for the first round. And then we'll have the final 4. And I think we've crafted something pretty good. I mean, it was so ferocious, so difficult with the people that we had to decide with, that it was very, very difficult. Okay? We got that coming up here on Talk Radio 1210. Let me go to Scott in Mount Laurel on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. The marijuana thing in New Jersey, to me, a major failure. Since they passed it, worse than before by far. You just smell it almost everywhere you go. It's ridiculous.
So wait a minute. So your metric is you're smelling it more, and it's an awful smell, I would agree. And that's a reason that you think it's a failure.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, I mean, the other factors. I mean, look, I'm all for freedom. Smoke yourself to death if you want in your own house. Mm-hmm. But, it's like it is such an infringement. And they really should. I mean, look, they'll enforce areas of smoking, cigarettes in public, and somehow that's a big negative, which I obviously agree with too. But the marijuana thing, for whatever reason, that smell seems to travel a lot further than cigarette smell. I'm not sure if it's just the way
that'd be an interesting test. I would agree with you. In Philadelphia, Chestnut Street used to be the show place. Maybe not in the wintertime, but I had to walk down Chestnut Street to get a passport done during the summer. Block after block. It was pungent. I mean, it was 3:00 in the afternoon. Yep. It was unbelievable. Yeah.
That's the word, pungent. That's exactly it. And just like it's, like I said, I'm free for everybody to do what they want. When you start infringing on other people, then it's a problem. So
okay.
To me, it's been a negative for that reason.
What's your movie?
I would say that in both of our favorite movies, The Untouchables. I think the iconic line is, they pull a knife, we pull a gun. That's the Chicago way. I think there's 2 other. Can I give you 2 other lines?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, one was you're nothing but a lot of talking to Badge. I love that at the end. You're nothing but a lot of talking to Badge.
Well, when they're lifting Al Capone, De Niro, off the ground in the end, and his feet are still moving. That is incredible.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
And the other part is when Stone has the guy lined up, and it's just one word, and he goes, like, you got him, he goes, 2. Remember the guy's counting? He's like, you got 3 seconds to decide. 1. And then Stone shoots him right in the mouth and says,
right, yeah.
2.
That is great. All right, thank you. Yeah, Henry, let's because it's this is difficult.
Yeah.
You might be a little bit inexact with the ones that you think are close to it or better. This is inexact.
And
so
that's what I have to reiterate, because I've been taking phone calls.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure everyone quite gets what
we're
asking
asking for the quote.
We're asking for the quote, but we're not asking for the most iconic quote from a movie. We're asking for some other quote from that movie that rivals it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I said, like the most, iconic quote from The Sandlot is, "You're killing me, Smalls."
Exactly.
But I'm taking the quote that Babe Ruth says to Benny when he comes to him in his dream.
Exactly.
That's what that's my
Well,
answer.
Scott with the Untouchables. Those
Yeah,
are both,
and that's a great answer. That's what we're
worthy.
looking for. Yes.
I can think of 2 or 3 more that are in there that are riveting. That film is underrated. Just the swoop of the sound effects, the music, is incredibly well done. Okay. So not the quotes like you can't handle the truth. A quote that
like
rivals it.
Your example of you can't handle the truth, that being the most iconic line, but you always prefer, did you order the code red? You're goddamn right I did,
exactly.
You prefer that line. That's what we're asking for.
The build-up when he said, the other gets you going, and then when he comes, because you see the snarling, the build-up.
Yeah.
He knows deep down he's
I'll
an
answer
officer.
the question.
Right. You can't answer the question. You can't. I still don't like Tom Cruise in it. Tom Cruise's face gets even punkier. During the course of, the lower. Yeah. Oh, my God. He looks better today than he did then. It's brutal then. All right, 855-839-1210. Got the concept. Scott just illustrated it. All right, you heard what he said about marijuana. His metric is the smell is all over the place. Okay. Is the metric tax dollars coming in? Is the metric, did it cancel out illegal marijuana sales, which is one of the goals of it? Is the metric, it creates jobs. In Atlantic City, there are 12 shops within 2 blocks. It seems like I'll ask the guy we're having on, about 60% of towns still are saying no. They won't put a place where you can buy marijuana in there. I saw 70 in one report. What does that tell you? All right, town doesn't want to be labeled with it. Morristown has one, though. Go figure. Wildwood does not. Wildwood doesn't. I mean, Camden, of course. Yeah, but I mean, it's all these places you're risking your life that have them. Camden, Atlantic City.
You got to bring business back, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right. The one business wherever you are that still seems to thrive, nail salons. There's my tip of the day. Nail salons. You just see them even in places that are destitute. Nail salons. Maybe the hair weave in Philadelphia, but nail salons. 855-839-1210. You get in. We'll give you the top 8 callers of the year as per the judges. We'll give you the matchups and tell you how to vote. And this time we're going to have no shenanigans with Newman Price Waterhouse in charge of this. Linda Kern's coming up at 1. It's always good. What the heck are they doing in Chester County? Toxic workplace. They predicted it. And look at the vote screw up. How many people were denied their right or inconvenienced? When do the suburbs erupt against all these progressives that are running them? Are people by and large happy with the Diane Merceglias of the world? Who's going to beat her? What Republican's going to beat her when we get to that race? Now, Scott Presler's not going to move to Bucks County so he can run against her. Imagine that race. Now, that's a race I would pay to see. Scott Presler against Diane Merceglia.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my God. The debate would be unbelievable. When they squared off, Presler even had his hair up fancy for that one.
Let's put like a plexiglass divider between the two.
That tells you something. When he does the hair in that way, he's going in for business. 855-839-1210.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Hugh Douglas here. Make your tailgating holidays count with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey at your local fine wine and good spirit stores. You can save $3 on 1.7-liter bottles of Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey, along with Tennessee Honey and Fire. Also take advantage of additional holiday savings with $2 off Gentleman Jack 750s and the new Jack Daniel's Coca-Cola Variety 6-pack of ready-made drink cocktails in a can. Stock up now at your local fine wine and good spirit stores this holiday season. Celebrate responsibly.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online or in store. Steel.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, part of the great stuff we look forward to each year because of some of the characters that are out there that call regularly. We get to know part of the community here, part of the family. We have the Elite 8 ready to go, and then Henry will tell you how you can vote right now. Who do you think is the caller of the year? Henry, I'm correct that the Earl of Tacony is back in? We believe.
Yes.
Okay, I'm
Yes,
sorry. I
he's
know
in the
you're on the
race.
phone. He's
Yeah.
in the race. Just wanted to clarify. All right. In our first match, this is a very colorful match.
Yeah.
It's the only place where a small town bordering on Philadelphia, right on the border of Philadelphia, has not one. How did that happen? But 2 contestants. So in the first bracket, the Upper Darby match, the near suburbs. Well, it's not a near suburb. It touches Philadelphia. All right, we have Drew of Upper Darby, who's part Greek, but he's only part Greek. The real deal, Xenos, a rising star, is Greek.
A star is born.
That's right. So it's a part Greek and a Greek on the near borders of Philadelphia. Bucks County, we usually have a contestant. Bucks County is a big caller area because it's where America goes to vote, the determines Pennsylvania, all that stuff. I would say the odds-on favorite, but that didn't matter last year. Robert of Ben Salem in an all Bucks County match against Gary of Newtown.
Heavy hitters.
Heavy hitters.
Heavy hitters in the
on that. Then we move to the next region. Yes, it is an all-Joe match. Last year's runner-up in a very hard-fought battle, Joe of Columbus. And you know who the guy is. He's not an actor. He's real. It's hard to believe. Joe of Exton, with a big demographic of the Byzantine vote that we know is out there. And the final match is a rookie versus the wily veteran and past winner.
Old school versus new school.
Oh, that's right. David, the Southern District of Lexington, South Carolina, the guy who gave us that immortal expression, bad things happen in North Charlie. And the Earl of Tacony, the guy who packs umpteen factoids into any call. All right, so it's Drew Zenos, Robert Gary, JoJo, and David, and the Earl of Tacony. So you can vote in all. You're able to vote in all those, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, once. Yeah.
Once, yes. So that's the big caveat here. Our friend Newman Price.
Price Waterhouse.
Yes, Price Waterhouse, yes. He was able to set up a website for us here, friendsof1210.com/domshow.php. I will be tweeting that out on your Twitter shortly, so everyone in the listening area can vote. You can vote up to one time, thanks to Newman Price's technology advancements here. So there's no rigging of any of these polls.
No Russian bots.
No Russian bots. No nothing. You get your one vote per IP address. I shouldn't have said that much. I feel like now people are gonna put on their. Oh man, I forgot NordVPNs and all.
Yes,
They're put on their VPNs now. So yeah, one vote per IP address. So use it wisely.
All right. So again, where do they go, Henry?
They go friendsof1210.com/domshow.php. I am going to be tweeting that out on Dom's Twitter shortly at DomShow1210. So keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, the last one. The people that are not on my Twitter, that last part of it. So friendsof1210.
Friendsof1210.com/domshow.php.
.php.
Correct.
All right. PHP. All right. Do that now. We'll give you an update at the end of the hour here on how the voting's gone. These are intriguing matches. If I had to make the favorite here, I would say Zenos is the favorite with Drew, but that's a tight one.
I think I like the way we staggered these matchups a little bit. I think we're going to have really close calls here.
Yeah, exactly.
That upper Derby region is going to be a tough one to get out of.
And Robert and Gary, I think Robert's the favorite, but Gary has got a lot of fans.
Oh, absolutely.
The two Joes, we got a runner-up, and then we have Joe of X.
I also think that's going to be a showdown. That's going to double overtime. It's gonna be fought out in the trenches for sure.
And then the rookie versus the Earl of Tacony.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going to see if the plucky upstart can get rid of our 2023 champion.
Be watching that corruption from South Carolina. Noted corrupt state, how they may pile in, you know. You can vote from anywhere in the world, but we'll be watching. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. So you're giving us the movie line, and then you're giving us the line that you think rivals it in one way or another. I'm watching on Fox right now, growing frustration over soaring youth sports costs. Again, there's no getting away from the affordability thing, and I think J.D. Vance gave the template today. And here's what I'm going to tell you, all right? And you're not allowed to say this in talk radio again. This was better than what Trump did. Yeah, I'll say it. It was better than what Trump did in the Poconos. President Trump can come barnstorming in, entertain the people at the rally, but the core of it is and he doesn't have to read, oh, this is boring off a sheet. He can talk it in Trumpese. That's what Vance did today about what the Trump administration did, the first administration, what a reasonable timeline is to get it done, how bad digging out a Biden is, what progress they've made of money back in your pocketbook, and then what are the things that we're going to see in relative short time to do even more of it? Does that seem like a plan? That's boring. Okay, do all these rallies. Don't do that, and let's see what happens. He also tapped into hillbilly elegy, coming up that way, seeing the jobs go overseas, and how they're bringing them back here. He also talked about this, and I wish President Trump would. He talked about high housing costs, et cetera, due to Biden unleashing 20 million people into the country. And he drilled down on it. Again, the narrative is there. We just have to tell it correctly. Or tell me you differ. You think Trump ought to just blow into these towns, entertain people, and we'll hope they go out and vote. 855-839-1210. The one given I know for the midterms, their vote is going to show up. Why? They're haters. They just hate Trump so much, they're going to show up just to exhibit that hatred. They want to tear him apart. And whoever the Republican is, they're going to get at them because they can't get at Trump. It satisfies their urge a little bit till the next election. They want to get at more Republicans. So we have to get that Trump coalition, the group that went for him in 2024, to see that Trump is making a difference in bringing affordability home to a better place and even better in 2026. And then, two, the base that came out with him on the ballot, he's got to do a better job of getting them to come out. It's not impossible, but just wishing it is not going to happen. To say, oh, well, you know, it took a long time for inflation to be there. What do people expect? Not going to win. There's deadlines in politics, and the deadline is the midterms, and it's here. Winnable. Vance today was a roadmap. Great job in the Lehigh Valley. 855-839-1210. You get on board. All right, let's talk about my good friend, personal dental specialist and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz. He's got exciting news to share. His daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, has successfully challenged and completed her board certification, and that's no small feat. Now, with over 11 years of training and 33 years of experience between them, think about that. It's thrilling to know that Dr. Emily Bentz joins Dr. Bentz, providing the best in customized and innovative care for the most complex dental cases like mine, in addition to the exceptional general dentistry services provided by Dr. Sarah Cooley Bentz. It's a true family affair. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did and call the Bentz Dental Group at 610-272-6949. 610-272-6949, or visit their website, Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com, BentzDentalGroup.com.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
CNN is trying to convince people that Trump's deportations are bad because Modelo and Corona sales are plummeting. Because you just assume that Mexican people drink Mexican beer. I like
love
Corona.
Mexican beer.
I love Corona.
I like Dos Equis, Modelo, Corona. You know why Modelo became #1 2 years ago in 2023? Do we need to do revisionist history here?
I was just going to say that.
Because Alyssa Heinerschneid thought sticking Dylan Mulvaney in a Bud Light ad,
right.
which was the #1 beer in America, tanked. And who took off? Modelo.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Gold is now over $4,200 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar. All week, Monday through Friday at TMT Casper Gold in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcaspergold.com.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Does your home need new windows and doors, but you decided to brave it through one more cold season before making the plunge? Then let me tell you why acting now will not only keep your family feeling warm all winter long while lowering your high heating bills, but also save you big bucks with the big end-of-year sale from my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering their biggest discount of the year. Get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also get 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, Guida will let you start your project with no money down and let you pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, then you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. You might want to check out Shawshank Redemption. I'm not going to say the line a guy put in on Twitter, but I think they work out pretty well. All right, Bill of Bucks predicting that Diane Marceglia might retire. Oh, come on, Diane. We need you out there on that wall. We need you to order a code red on the taxpayers every other day. Well, maybe Fred Herring will run for commissioner.
Maybe if you ask nicely.
Yeah, Danny. Yeah, we were told that, too. You know, you got Cuban snipers all over the place when we were there at Gitmo.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that we were in the guy who ran the place at that point in their quarters. And I did sit in on an interrogation of one of the prisoners. And I did witness them playing soccer. And they were looking like we could kill you if we wanted to. And I'm thinking, you're playing soccer, another third world indication here. You know? Oh, man. We walked between the cells there, and they try to spit at you and throw other stuff.
Right,
The guards calm them down. But out of all that, we're at Gitmo, bringing the interrogator on. Who did we get the most calls on that week? Ben and Jerry. And I think it was Ben we had on who had a book. People went nuts to go after him. We're at Gitmo. I want to know what he said. Yeah.
No, I want to hear the ice cream guy talk.
Now, this is a funny call this early in the show. I think this guy's politicking. He's showing up at the polling places.
You think?
Yeah, remember he's in a death match until Friday with his good friend Robert of Ben Salem. Let's see if he'll tell us anything negative. Gary in Newtown. So, Gary, you pose as a pretty good friend of Robert of Ben Salem. What skeletons are in the closet there, do you think?
No skeletons, but it is a death match. I love Robert. He's a great man.
That sounds kind of fraudulent. Something's up there.
No, you watch. Wait till you hear this call. So, yes, wait, let's go back to your topic.
Yes.
2026 midterms. We need to show what we're going to do because in 2028, we need to win the presidency, and Trump's not going to be on that either.
Right.
So we better get this stuff right.
Yeah, I could buy into when it's a presidential election, marginally, it draws more people because it's the big election. But if it won't matter, if they get that runway going toward it, it's going to be pretty tough.
That it'll be really, really tough. So yesterday I called in and I said, I quoted your conspiracies. For some people, conspiracies are better than sex. And for me, that gets truer every year that passes. And then you made a comment, we got to get a hold of Gary's wife.
Yes.
And I played that for my wife, and she said, honey, the hymns package showed up. Get upstairs and show me the money. And I said, you got it, baby. You had me at hello.
Oh, my God. This is all scripted. Thank you, Gary. All right, Jerry Maguire. So which line is you have me at hello, I guess he's saying is the line, rather than show me the money. Yeah, that's true. That line is played out quite a bit. I don't know of any other line in there, but that's it. All righty, 855-839-1210. That's a pretty good illustration. What we're looking for today, it's a little bit offbeat. Since it's Rob Reiner, directed A Few Good Men, I argue the code red is the thing that draws me every time. The other really bids up because it's so big, the line. But when he goes code red, oh, my God. And just seeing that character quaking now. But then he gathers himself and he goes on the attack again.
Yeah.
And then, even after they dust him off, he does the arrogant thing of like that pulling down his thing and walking out. Oh, yeah. He back and forth.
I got a flight to catch.
Yeah.
Sit down. I'm not done.
No, when he goes to the judge, I don't know what kind of outfit you're running here. To the judge. Not a good move. And what does he say?
He's like, I have, and I've earned, because he's talking about his title. He's like, I should be, referred to as such. And the judge is like, I'm quite certain I've earned my title. And you will refer to me as such.
Yeah. 855-839-1210. You, Mr. Weinberg.
You, Lieutenant Weinberg.
All right, hit us with that. Linda Kern's in the on-deck circle. We'll take more calls. Simple premise. Think of a movie with two big lines. The iconic one, then the one, at least two. And the one that you think rivals it. That's what we're looking for. Also, with Linda, Chester County. What happens now that we have all these whistleblowers saying toxic workplace, could have predicted this was going to happen? Well, they're going to take that into account when they take a look at what did happen. And don't people demand some kind of timeline? This happened on Election Day. We're well over a month away, and there's no sign that they're going to come. Are they going to come to a finality on Christmas Eve? The suburbs did not used to be run this way. The one thing when I thought of the suburbs versus the city, the suburbs were competent, well run, even if I didn't agree with the politics. Now they're ideologically out of control, and they're not well run. I wouldn't say Philadelphia's better run. That would be impossible, but they're not well run at all. 855-839-1210.
When it rains in Philly, your roof better be ready. I'm Merrill Reese. Don't wait until winter blitzes your home. Call the team at Impriano Roofing and Siding, protecting local homes for over 50 years. From roofing to siding to energy-efficient windows, they do it right. No gimmicks, no pressure, just honest work and great savings. Before the next storm hits, visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, your home's first line of defense.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals, no more hunting down parts, no more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving, not your paperwork. Join over 11,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter X.com/AI.
This season, everyone deserves a little more, and Mazda delivers with the extended driving range of the CX-50 Hybrid, so you can spend more time together. Standard all-wheel drive in every Mazda CUV, including the CX-5, and room to bring everyone with 3-row seating in the CX-90. Find more reasons to celebrate the season at the Mazda More to Move You sales event.
Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester, Reading for financing as low as 0.9% APR for 60 months on select models. Shop online at piazzamazda.com.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to billshappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to billshappen.com. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow. Billshappen.com is safe, secure, and all online. Just remember, when you need cash, go to billshappen.com. Billshappen.com for the cash you need now. Billshappen.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our Heart Rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
All right, it is Dom time. Expert of experts, Linda Kearns in the On Deck Circle. Henry, want to bet her favorite movie, and she'll give us the lines from Viva Las Vegas, probably. When Elvis says this, but then there was when Elvis said that. Yeah, I'm sure Elvis said a lot of meaningful lines in Viva Las Vegas. That's coming up. By the way, so I don't forget, because I think it's important. And I'll drill down on it more. J.D. Vance in Lehigh Valley today said this is going to be the best tax season ever, meaning big, beautiful bill kicks in. You don't have those tax on tips, overtime, somewhat on Social Security. That was a brilliant idea to give us something imminent. We'll be getting into tax season in weeks, and you're going to see that play out. That's the stuff we need. That's the stuff President Trump's got to say when he's on the stump and not blow past it and let's entertain people again with something else. Now, this is about drilling down on this. That's a good intermediate thing for the American people to see. Wow, look at this. It's so much better. We're going to be getting a tax refund / not pay as much. No tax on tips, Social Security somewhat, and overtime. Perfect. All right, let's go to Linda, because they've lost their mind again here in Chester County. Now even the Inquirer's saying all kinds of people came forward. 2 things: toxic workplace in the election office. 2, this is going to result, they thought, in 2024, with all that pressure, in something disastrous. Instead, it came up in the last election. And we're now, 40 days into knowledge of this. And what is the answer? Why did this happen? 40 days in. This is not the Kennedy investigation. Let's go to Linda Kearns here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Linda, thanks for coming on today. When you saw this story,
of course, Tom.
When you saw this, first of all, do you have any great Elvis lines from Viva Las Vegas?
Well, no, I heard you're asking about favorite movies, right?
Yeah, but the line that's the iconic line, and Henry came up with this, but the second place line in a great movie.
Well, Okay, but I have a line from a movie that is actually related to this election debacle in Chester County. And my favorite movie that I've watched probably, 50 or 100 times is Jaws. And, when Chief Brody says, you're going to need a bigger boat,
right.
What that line basically means is, why did we come out on the ocean in this tiny fishing boat to get a shark that is bigger than our boat?
Yes.
And that's kind of like these Chester County people. Like, all of this was preventable. It was preventable in Jaws that shark was going to knock that boat over. And what happened in Chester County, it was entirely preventable and predictable. And this article from the Inquirer is showing us the ongoing problems. And I agree with you. When I read these articles, I am so tired of hearing that these people are under threats, as if that is just like a blanket excuse to not do your job. And the article I thought did a good job on reporting this, but they always have to just go back to that, and then it's because it sounds like they're blaming Republicans or they're blaming Trump.
Yeah, and again, you and I might agree. All right, 2024, a lot of pressure, we get it, but it's the off-year election. This ought to be the danger of the off-year election is you let your guard down. This ought to be an easy one. It's not as difficult to do, and they put in election denialism again. Nothing to do with it. Stick to your headline, toxic workplace.
You're right. And you can never let your guard down. The reality is election administration is a lot of tedium. It's not exciting stuff.
Right.
But that's the job. That's the job. So if you sign on to that job, that's what you have to do. And their website says they hired this law firm, and it says they're going to pay this law firm up to $35,000. And I know what the law firm is going to come back and say. Nobody proofread these poll books, and that is it's just unfathomable to me that no one peeked in any of these poll books and did any type of spot check to make sure they're correct. Those county boards are responsible. Even if you have a printer, if you give it to an outside printer, they're still responsible for making sure that it's right. So this was entirely preventable. And want to know what I want to know, Dom? Where's Al Schmidt? I mean, I realize that our Secretary of State, by Constitution, doesn't have a lot of direct power. But why isn't he there in Chester County saying, "Look, we got to get to the bottom of this because if we're coming into these elections that are very important. A governor election, I mean, every election is important, but the governor election, the presidential election, 28, all eyes are going to be on Pennsylvania. Why isn't he there in Chester County saying, what happened? How can I help? Clearly, you need more training. This is what these other counties are doing. You should be doing it." Imagine if we had somebody like Tom Homan as our Secretary of State. You think he would just be silent on this?
Or Linda, or Linda Kearns. Yeah, that's who I'd want. But Linda, I have a good off-the-air relationship with him, and he comes on. But recently, it's been full of static. He won't answer on this, and I'm not sure why. And the thing I'm looking at, the big elections are going to be those 4 congressional seats, because they will determine potentially who runs the House of Representatives, which determines history.
Oh, we are headed into a tough year in Pennsylvania, absolutely. And these problems at these elections office, they're not isolated to Chester County. This happens in Chester County. This was a big one, but this happens, and it needs to stop. And there are some counties that get it right. So why can't somebody like Schmidt come in and say, "Look, here's the policies and the procedures and the process controls that work." And maybe this law firm is going to come back with some recommendations, but I could probably write it. I think you said earlier in the show, we could probably solve this for them in 10 minutes. This is a predictable problem, and it's a disgrace. And where are the local legislators who represent that district? Because they should be worried the next time they're on the ballot.
They ought to be making more noise about it, as you and I are, which is this smells of cover-up and a dump on maybe Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve or something like that. Where are the people in Chester County? Linda, that's my contribution, my narrative. They've gone ideological, the 4 counties around Philadelphia, but they used to be recognized as competent versus the city. I think Sherelle Parker is as competent or better than any of these commissioners out there. They're not competent. When you have a guy escape from prison by crab walking for 2 weeks, and then you have stuff like this, it's an affluent county, too. They have the resources.
And I've been on your show talking about this before, and a lot of your listeners contacted me, but ultimately their provisional ballot was counted because I was looking for, in order to file a lawsuit and say that someone's constitutional rights were violated, I needed people who were denied the right to vote. So that's what Chester County's saying. They're saying, well, we gave them all provisional ballots, so they ultimately voted. But what I had read and what I had heard was that they were a little lax on counting the provisional ballots. In other words, they knew they screwed up. So when they were looking at these provisional ballots, no one was really challenging them. That's not good precedent to set either. There's supposed to be specific safeguards regarding provisional ballots, and the stories the voters were telling me is that none of the election workers really even knew how to give them out, what to do, where to sign, and that also shows a severe lack of training of the workers who are in the polling place. So I hope that they get their act together. I would like to see Al Schmidt way more involved, way more, talking about this. Our state GOP chair, rather than just say, yeah, this shouldn't have happened. I mean, they should be there. Drive out to Chester County and demand that these people talk to you and find out why this happened. Because if you push them, then they're going to say, look, if just to get these people off our back, maybe we'll do it right. And that's just not happening. And that's an absolute disgrace. And the fact that the taxpayers have to pay for this, that's another disgrace out there.
Now, I want to know here, Henry, that Linda Kearns is not going to come after Newman Price Waterhouse on our election setup here of the great callers. She's not going to sniff out some bot still or something like that. We've taken every precaution. I would like to get the Kearns stamp of approval. That's better than the housekeeping seal of approval.
Dom, sorry. After you fixed the Sinatra versus Elvis debate, I have no faith whatsoever in your ability to administer any type of election. So I'm already saying that it's fixed. That's my prediction. I don't have to look at anything.
Election denialism. That's what she is.
Linda, we have a better setup here than Chester County.
Well, I will give you that. I will give you that because I work with you guys. I work with the producers, and it's you guys check and you double check and you do your jobs. You're attentive to your jobs. You're attentive to detail.
Oh, come on now. They're in the producers' lounge with their feet up half the time. They're eating cake in here. Who has cake and didn't bring it to me? Isn't that the first rule, Linda, of talk radio? You bring cake to the host
This
first.
isn't quite cake.
Where's the cake from? What is it?
It's stuffing.
Oh, well, I don't want any stuffing.
Yeah, I figured
look
you
at this.
would.
They're going to fall asleep by the third hour today. All right.
But the point is, Dom, you have a staff that has attention to detail. Chester County doesn't.
Exactly.
It's a disgrace, and I would like to look. I'm a private lawyer. No one has hired me for this. I don't represent the RNC now. I don't represent a campaign. So this is Al Schmidt, the local legislatures, the chair of the GOP. I mean, even the RNC should come in and say, well, we're going to have a problem if this doesn't get solved.
Yeah, exactly.
So I like to see the people who are responsible to really get in there and ask questions.
Are you on tomorrow, Linda, with Dawn?
I am on with Dawn, and Greg has me filling in a little bit over the Christmas holidays. So I have to be nice to all the producers because I'm not sure which one is going to be assigned to me. So I can't make fun of any producers just in case, so that they're nice to me when they're producing.
We're always nice here.
That Mac guy in the afternoon is substandard, Linda. I'm just saying. He's horrible.
That Harvard schlub.
He's from Harvard. How are we going to trust that? Come on.
Well, I've had to pull back on my little crush on Matt because I think that Justin, who's Zeoli's other producer, is going to be my producer. So I have to be careful and be very nice to Justin now. So it's all a political game just to make sure they don't make me look like a fool on the air.
All right, we'll hear you tomorrow with Dawn. And Linda, where do we follow you on Twitter?
Oh, sure. Linda Kearns Law. I'm not, Twitter, I'm sorry. It's just such a cesspool. I don't look at it that often. I probably should, but I do thank your listeners for so many who reached out to me about what happened in Chester County. I do post on my Twitter, Linda Kearns Law, when I need your listeners to do something for me or send me information. So I really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Linda. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Bye.
Linda Kearns here on Talk Radio 1210. Now, I just wanted to make that point with J.D. Vance. He did talk about, and he put it beautifully, as I'm probably talking into space. Trump's not going to do it no matter what. Well, Dom, come on. Trump's the one that got elected. It's not about him getting elected this time. It's about getting other people elected. You're happy with that? I'd like to put the two of them up there, the Pocono performance versus what Vance did today. And Vance raised a really good area. And that is, you're going to see it in tax season. He didn't say April. Too long after. He said tax season. Everybody knows that clock starts ticking, right? As we get how much you made this year, you start getting it in the mail maybe next week. And then we start to look toward January and people start, I don't want to do the taxes till the last minute. But they're going to be good because of the fact no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, the tax cut back in, restored, etc. That is where Republicans short term ought to be making this part of their message. And President Trump should be doing it. Don't just say in big, beautiful bill. Couch it. I think Vance had it right today. Say the same words. Say them over and over and over again. Put the surrogates out there. Tax season, you're going to see. And tax season will be here. Then you can say, you're seeing. Bring out thousands of people over the country who are thrilled. Emote over what they're getting back, of what's happened with this. It's a good jump start before we actually see the economy improve in the way that we think it's going to improve. All right, 855-839-1210. Now, George is a great friend who sends me a lot of stuff. I don't know if he got it right or not, Henry, because he sends me the line from one of my favorite films, Cool Hand Luke, because I think I can do the boredom. What we got here is a failure to communicate. You run once, you're going to get one set of chains. Then he goes on, you're not going to run a third time. All right, he doesn't give me the line, though, from Cool Hand Luke. And I got to think myself that would sort of rival it. That guy's great when he does it. It's long, he's got that stutter that he does.
I'm familiar with the scene. I haven't seen the whole movie.
Yeah. There are three lines in maybe Cool Hand Luke, I think, that could work. That's what we're looking for, not the iconic line. You can give that to show the contrast. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. You just hit us, pound 1210. Kirk reporting for duty, and I know the struggle.
Yeah.
You've been circling a parking lot like a stalker for the last half hour, right?
Yeah, parking lots, plural, like for at least 2-3 block radius. So I'm like way out of here.
He's by my apartment building the way he was describing it.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
It's nuts.
All right,
so I'm here.
Do you have a film with an iconic line, but you have one in the film that rivals it? That's what we're looking for.
I can't think of anything right at the moment.
Okay,
but
all right. Give us, A little bit harder today.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's working so far. I see some great ones on Twitter, so you can rival it. Just think of a film. If the film is really good, that you really like it, there's got to be not just one line in there. There's got to be a couple. Give me that second one. Everybody will know the first, I think, when you say the film. The Godfathers are replete. There's 7 or 8. Probably Godfather. Godfather 2, I'm not sure. Godfather 3 has 2 lines in there. It's amazing that are in the top 10 of Godfather, as wretched as the film is. I mean, I would consider criminal charges in Dom's world for Godfather 3. Whenever you take a franchise like that, all right, it drifts. The third one's going to drift. We get it. It can't sink, though. And the premise wasn't so bad. The corruption inside the Vatican, smoking priests constantly. That's good. But just brutal. The actors, they didn't capture. They just did not capture anything.
I know people get upset that Sofia Coppola was, cast.
Obvious, they're gone. Yeah, this is the last payday. Put her in there. Let's do it. All righty, 855-839-1210. You'll get in. How well is marijuana legalization doing in New Jersey? We're going to talk with a guy who knows, Assemblyman, coming up at 1:30. I'm intrigued by it because the president's saying, and I think this is a play for the midterms, yesterday, we're thinking of taking it off Schedule 1, taking it off the harder drugs. I'm on board with that. But will that get anybody roused and go, wow, all right, now we can vote for this guy? Will it create anything going toward the midterms? Really like what J.D. Vance did today, particularly saying you're going to see in tax season. Notice what he's saying. He didn't say when everything's said and done in April. No. That means January. You're going to start to see it for some people, and we're going to build up. That's something to build on. What are Democrats going to say? But whatever they ever said about why they're against no tax on tips. Why? Let's have that debate with them. Let's have the media ask that. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
CNN is trying to convince people that Trump's deportations are bad because Modelo and Corona sales are plummeting. Because you just assume that Mexican people drink Mexican beer. I like
love
Corona.
Mexican beer.
I love Corona.
I like Dos Equis, Modelo, Corona. You know why Modelo became number one 2 years ago in 2023? Do we need to do revisionist history here?
Just going to say that.
Because Alyssa Heinerschneid thought sticking Dylan Mulvaney in a Bud Light ad,
right.
which was the number one beer in America, tanked. And who took off? Modelo.
Yep.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The price of gold has risen to $4,000 per ounce. There's never been a better time to sell your unwanted gold jewelry. Immediate Cash for Gold is hosting a major buying event today through Thursday at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Bring in your unwanted, broken, or forgotten gold jewelry, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches. You'll receive a free evaluation and get paid cash on the spot. No pressure, no obligation. Top dollar offers are being made all week long. If it's gold, bring it. Gold chains, rings, earrings, bracelets, charms, estate pieces, even single earrings and broken jewelry. There's never been a better time to sell your gold jewelry than this event. It's going on today through Thursday from 10 to 5 at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Don't wait. Clean out those jewelry boxes and turn your valuables into instant cash. Again, turn your old jewelry into instant cash today through Thursday at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Sponsored by ImmediateCashForGold.com.
Staples presents An Easy Holiday.
Running a small business during the holidays is hard.
No truer words were.
But this year, Staples helped me have an easy holiday.
Your script has a typo.
Nope, easy peasy. I just ordered online at Staples.com and picked up in store. And with UPS on site, shipping was easy too. Plus, huge savings on tech, custom cards, even my holiday sale signage.
Visit your local Staples store or Staples.com today for up to 45% off select laptops.
That was easy.
Ins 12/27.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the gifts for the ones you adore. Wine, spirits, beers, all nestled on shelves. Got some advice from our helpful elves. Oh, so many gifts to explore when you go to Total Wine and more. Bottles so delightful, whoa. Priced so amazingly low.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, I think people are getting what we're doing with the side question today. Guy Shiraki, says, if you build it, they will come is the line, but maybe a better line. Hey, Dad. You want to have a catch?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty good
stuff.
example. That is a very good one. And I could agree, I think it's with head of lettuce, that people think leave the gun, take the cannolis. Is it cannoli or cannolis? I say cannolis, but I might be wrong.
I always thought it was just cannoli.
Yeah, it's a general term. Yeah. You broke my heart. You broke my heart. There's no way out of here. I got to get you back to Nevada to kill you. Oh, God. When he blurts out, well, Johnny Ola.
Johnny Ola.
All right, Henry, we do have, where's our election sounder? We do have an update on the voting, though. And
we
it
do
has
need
been
an election
fierce.
sounder.
Okay,
Yeah. Oh my
okay.
gosh, the voting right out the gates. Yeah, it looks like we got some barn burners on our hands. Yeah, neck and neck in the Upper Darby region are Drew and Zenos of Upper Darby.
Okay.
Robert going out to an early lead on Gary and Newtown. So all Gary supporters, he needs your help. In the Joe region, another big lead mounting by Joe of Columbus over Joe of Exton. So Joe of Exton fans need you hitting friendsof1210.com and voting for Joe of Exton if you want to see him go through. And then, finally, down low in the old school, new school region, it's the new school. David and Lexington also mounting a big lead over Earl of Tacony. So,
for the Earl of
interesting
Tacony.
results. Yeah, interesting results.
Oh, man.
Thus far.
You know those southern states, you can't trust anything coming out of them. David in Lexington, he was gung-ho to be in this.
Oh, yeah. He's telling all of North Charlie to vote for him.
That's exactly what's right. The North Charlie vote, I don't trust there after being to Charleston. All right, 855-839-1210. We still don't have any more on the suspect in the Brown shooting, and I'll play you a little bit later in the show one of the best analysis of why it could be somebody trying to hit a conservative. There's some indication of that. And just, do they shock us how incompetent the Providence police are, how incompetent Brown is with 800 cameras on campus? This is the best they have. They have a new photo of the alleged shooter. This is not the type of thing that we usually see. This is a guy who wanted to get away. So we'll see how that plays out. Let's see. Kirk, is that yours? Star Wars?
Yes.
Yeah, so what's yours again? What's the line from Star Wars, I am your father?
Yeah, it's
It's
from Yoda when he's with Luke
Right.
in that swamp, and Luke basically, our premise is Luke is basically frustrated,
Right.
And he says, "Do." I'm not going to do the voice.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Do or not. There is no try.
All right. So you think that's the second big line there. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
that's great.
That is a good one.
Yep.
Matthew in Yardley on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Matthew, welcome in. Matthew? All right, thank you, Matthew. Robert in Ben Salem, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, afternoon.
Hey, Dom, Henry, good to talk to you guys. That is going to be a hard call to follow, Dom. First, I have a question. How do you vote again?
Yeah, go ahead, Henry. How do you vote again?
So
Yes.
just head towards friendsof1210.com, find the Dom Giordano tab. It'll be under there. You could also go to Dom's Twitter. His pinned tweet has the link embedded within it. So
Okay,
at Dom Show
I'll find
1210.
Yeah, Dom Show
All right.
1210. Yep, send everybody there. We want a massive vote on this. Yep.
Okay, I'm tending to agree with Scott from Mount Laurel on the results of the legalizing smoke weed everywhere. Also, if Gary beats me, he's paying for breakfast next time. And and I just wanted to let you know, I know you might get tired of hearing it about the midterms and whatnot, but if the trends keep going, there's a lot of good numbers coming out, but the one that I'm watching is the wage growth outpacing inflation. And it's happened for 5 months now for the first time in 4 years. If that continues into next year, people will not be complaining about prices at the grocery store.
Wait a minute. All right, we have to have
Sure.
a bet on that. Much
Mhm.
as I'm rationally agreeing with you, isn't that what it's all about? If you're making more versus inflation, I don't think that works as well, Robert. People are not calculating quite as much as those grocery store prices. That's sadly, I don't see, and I like a tremendous amount of what Vance did today, which is you're going to see in tax season, which starts in January. I love that.
Well, I would submit that you're looking at it now, and I'm seeing the same thing you are, but I'm almost promising you that if this current trend continues, people will be starting to harp about home prices and big-ticket items because I believe the grocery store problem will be largely solved. Now, I shop for myself all the time. Some things have gone down a little bit, like the ones that they made a big issue about. Some things have gone up a little bit, but the rise in prices has flatlined. Okay.
Okay. Well, look,
And I
that's
believe
the
that-
most stubborn to me and the most visible is
Yes.
the grocery store. If we can accomplish that, the only other bridge I'm worried about there is the healthcare thing.
Yeah. Well, Dom, do GOP voters get motivated by the health care issue?
No.
And one more thing. While I agree with you that health care is not a commodity, health care insurance is a commodity. And I think we ought to start looking at, instead of paying all of people's medical expenses, giving them the money to get their own insurance. I mean, that would seem like it would be a lot less expensive, a lot less intrusive by the government. But I don't want to go on too long.
I
so I'll
tell you
leave
what
it there
this,
for now.
Robert, if I were running for office, I'll tell you straight up, I am going to make healthcare an emotional issue. I'm going to appeal to your emotion. They're not going to nail me on the emotion. I would not going to lose on the emotion. Even if I have to say gibberish, I'm not going to be buried by the emotion thing. And that's what I worry about. That's what they do.
Dom, that is brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. And just keep looking at the numbers and stop listening to the hysteria. And even if you don't see them right, at least you won't let the hysteria bother you as much. But
okay, gotcha. What's your side?
The movie I'm going to is Shawshank Redemption. Now, I know that there's a couple lines in there that you like. Well, not after breakfast, not later, now. Or, what say you, fussy britches? Okay, those were great lines. But the one that really nailed it for me was Morgan Freeman's line at the end where he says, "Some birds were not meant to be caged. Their feathers are just too bright."
Great line.
I'll leave it there.
Thank
Have
you
a great
very much.
day, guys.
There's a reason that film's on all the time. All right, we're going to talk with a state representative who we vouched for by our own Dawn Fantasia. It's got a handle on, I'm working on the pronunciation here.
Inganamort.
Inganamort.
Mort.
Inganamort.
There we go.
All right, Mike Inganamort. I'm sure he's got some clever way these guys always do of remembering it. It sounds like this. I bet he does. And we'll find out his take. Is marijuana legalization a success in New Jersey since the president's talking about it? I just think a brilliant segment coming up. But okay, we'll see. It's all on me. Tom Giordano Show.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Funeral today for fallen Philadelphia police officer Andy Chan. Pennsylvania lawmakers are looking into regulating artificial intelligence in healthcare. And Congressman Brendan Boyle says he has a plan to save the CAP project over the Vine Street Expressway to reconnect Chinatown.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. This show is deep in all of our friends out there. So we were searching around yesterday. Who could give us something cogent on, is New Jersey a success? Scott of Mount Laurel, when it comes to legalized marijuana, said, no, you smell it all over the place. That's one metric. But Dawn Fantasia tells Henry, State Assemblyman Mike Ganamort has a cogent answer on this. Assemblyman, welcome to the show. And are you one of those guys that tell us how to pronounce with some little, thing that you've come up with, or do we just have to do it phonetically?
Well, thanks for having me on. You're going to have to do it phonetically. I mean, anything it rhymes with is not anything I want to say. So let's just stick to Inganamort.
Inganamort. If you say it quickly, that's usually my thing. You get it right once, and then we just say Mike. So, Dawn.
You say it enough times, it works. Go ahead.
Assemblyman, we had this question due to the president. I support him in this. I don't think marijuana should be in Schedule 1. What would be the repercussion if it's taken out of that serious drug class?
Well, it's not an easy question, and it's certainly not an easy answer, because we are still finding our way through on legal weed in the state of New Jersey and across the country. You asked at the top of your segment, is it a success in New Jersey or not? Depends how you define success. Is it making a lot of money? Well, sure. It's about $1 billion business in New Jersey in calendar year 2024. So by that metric, it's a success. Is it getting rid of the illegal market? No, it's not, because legal weed in New Jersey is among the most expensive in the entire country. So the black market is able to undersell, and they're not going away. So has it succeeded there? No, it has not. I think the more important question than either of those, however, is it making New Jerseyans any healthier? I think the answer is no. Because what's happening, it is happening in New Jersey, it's happening in all 50 states where weed is sold, at least legally. What is being advertised is not always what is being sold. That is true of the THC in the legal weed, and it's true of the various contaminants. So we are still finding our way through this. I don't think this market has matured enough. I don't think it's settled yet. I got to say, I disagree with the president on this. I don't think we should reschedule, at least not yet.
Why? What is the – well, first of all, let me make the argument on the other side. For years in talk radio, I was a former high school teacher, Mike, and I saw one effect of it subtle. I had kids when they were freshmen, they were in academic. By sophomore, the heavy smokers were the dregs of the school. So I've seen that, but adults in Jersey wanted this, voted for it. I like the referendum. I like when that happens. And they made that judgment. So why would we now be raining on this and keeping it with heroin and LSD? Why? What's the upside?
Well, I hear you, and I like this back and forth. I don't think we necessarily are raining on it because, look, the legal cannabis market is working in the state of New Jersey, at least in terms of, the profit side of things. So I don't think, descheduling is necessary. It is already legal in the state of New Jersey, and the industry is still maturing, and it hasn't settled yet, as I said. But I think the part that we really need to focus on is that the regulatory structure around legal cannabis, that hasn't settled either. What do I mean by that? The products that are sold on store shelves, an independent test found that about 30% of the stuff failed basic tests for safety. Microbes, bacteria, bugs, insects. And just as, if not more important, it had the wrong THC levels in the products that were sold. I'm talking about the pre-rolled cannabis items. We would not tolerate incorrect labeling in a bottle of aspirin or Advil or Motrin, and we shouldn't tolerate it in legal cannabis. And so we really need to think through the regulatory structure that is going to guide this part of the consumer market. It's just not there yet.
I hear you. The very people, usually on the left, Phil Murphy and the whole gang, they would go nuts on some other product. But on this, because they want it to be out there, let's look the other way. So that is a fair point. Do we know the figures in 2025? Is it dipping, or are they selling at the end like $1 billion of stuff that we hear, Mike? What do you think?
Yeah, it's right on track. It's going to be another $1 billion year if I had to guess. It's big business. I won't deny that. There's a lot of money to be made in the legal cannabis space. Still just as much money to be made in the illegal cannabis space as far as I'm concerned, because we haven't eliminated that market. Legalizing cannabis didn't get the job done. And by the way, to your earlier point, yes, this was a referendum to the people of New Jersey. The people of New Jersey voted to legalize it. Gosh, I wasn't crazy about that ballot question because I don't think the question should have been legalization. I think it should have been decriminalization. There's a difference between the two. Had we decriminalized cannabis, treated it as a slap in the wrist, a parking ticket, not a big deal, that's one thing. But to go all in on legalization, what I feared has come to pass. Governor Murphy made this basically one of the three legs of his stool of economic development in the state of New Jersey. I like to say that this governor's economic development plan for New Jersey has been film credits, legal weed, and betting on the Eagles. And that has not done us very good over 8 years. So,
hey, Don Fantasia.
For that reason, among others.
Yeah, we love Dan Fantasia. You don't fall far from the tree. That's perfect. But notice, not big on the dentistry with Phil Murphy. I'll say that. So let's talk about, do we have any statistics? Because that was the one objection I had, the experts we had on, around driving in this and detecting it. And then in the workplace, what happens stays in your system 30 days. How about those things? How have they worked out? Any data on that?
The data is still coming online in New Jersey. And so we got to look to some of the other states, right? We were not the first on this, and I think that's a good thing, by the way. Other states like Colorado, for example, have. What has Colorado seen? A dramatic increase in the number of cases of driving under the influence. So Colorado's rethinking this. They're rethinking the regulatory, infrastructure around this. How do you test a police officer who smokes a legal joint on a Saturday and goes to work on a Monday, and that's still in his system? God forbid he or she is involved in a serious matter, discharges a firearm. You get into some real thick legal issues real quick.
Well, wait a minute. Can the cops smoke in Jersey?
Well, no. The cops should not be smoking in New Jersey because you cannot test for this. A day or two later, it's going to be a problem. So these are the sorts of things. Firefighters, EMTs, teachers, for that matter. This stuff stays with you for a long time. It's not like hitting a bottle of booze on a Saturday night. You have a hangover, you're back at it. Cannabis stays in your system far too long.
Well, what I was asking, are there classes of people who, even though it's legalized, cannot smoke legally?
Well, police officers among them.
Okay, teachers can. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Just wanted to be clear.
Yeah.
Mike, while I have you here, we're seeing sad to say, the Chitterelli campaign I thought was great. We're seeing Mikey Sherrill, this attorney general, and you might know more than we do. Two things about her. I see in the opening statement, she's going to ensure affordability. I've never heard an attorney general say that, which tells me they're going to threaten criminally, I guess, in some way, shape, or form, or be suing anybody they think is, quote, gouging or something like that to meet their mandate of affordability.
Did you just say ensure affordability?
Yes, that's what she said.
That reminds me of, you've heard the phrase, the beatings will continue until morality improves. I mean, to force affordability, I don't see how the government is going to make that happen. I think our governor-elect has tied herself in knots on this issue. I don't see how she's going to untie herself, frankly. Listen, we know the way to bring down costs in the state of New Jersey. How about you lower our highest in the country total tax burden? Personal, property, business taxes, all at the tippy top of the list. That is choking off small businesses, medium, large-sized businesses, families, individuals, you name it. That's our way out of this affordability nightmare we're facing in the state of New Jersey, and unfortunately our governor-elect just doesn't see it that way.
What's the update in this lame duck session, if you'll call it that, end of the year with the sales tax? They want to push that to 7, we hear. She won't have fingerprints on it, even though she will, in my view.
Yeah, we are waiting for the Democratic leadership down in Trenton to come clean on this one. They've been conspicuously silent. Might that sales tax go up or not? They won't say. But you know what's happening at the same time, which is just as troubling as far as I'm concerned? They're looking to bring this Climate Superfund Act line. Give that a Google, you and your listeners, which would basically retroactively penalize employers in the state of New Jersey who are already paying the highest business taxes in all of America, make them pay even more if they're a fossil fuel company. So whether it's the potential of a sales tax increase, the likelihood of what's called the Climate Superfund tax, or other personal corporate business taxes, everything is going in one direction. It's all seemed to be going up.
Well, Assemblyman, thank you so much. A couple things. Sussex County is part of where you represent. Where else?
Sussex, Morris, and Warren counties in the northwest corner of the state of New Jersey.
Well, thank you for being on board. We'll call upon you again. And where do we follow you on Twitter or your website? Where do we go, Mike?
You got it. You can get me at Mike in Ganamort. If you can say it, you can spell it. Find me on X, Facebook, and Instagram.
Thank you. Merry Christmas if we don't speak again in the future, but please keep us in your loop. Thank you, Mike, very much.
You got it. Merry Christmas. Thanks.
Merry Christmas. All right, Henry, I knew it was a good idea, the marijuana thing. We got another new guy to put in there. Thank you, Dawn Fantasia, for recommending. What is it with the names? Dawn Fantasia in Ganamort.
Yeah, seriously.
I saw it. I thought this guy was Islamic or something when I saw it this morning quickly. I didn't know what it was. All right.
Like, did Henry sneeze in the keyboard?
Yeah, there we go. It's a lot of letters in there, and Morts and on Ganamort and Ganamort. All right. It's not as hard as some. All right.
Just a lot of letters.
And I have a thing. I told you that kid, he was pitching, got 3 pitches in the league DJ and I were doing, and he corrected us loudly on his last name. Next. I get 5 pitches. No, you don't. We're not picking you. I can throw 90. Yeah, you got to throw 95.
I mean, that used to bug the hell out of me, too, so yeah. I get it.
What, Machette? They couldn't pronounce it?
Yeah. Mash it. And it's like, no.
Oh, so you corrected the guy?
Yeah.
Oh,
well, first days of school.
Oh, well, there. But if you're
summer
if
camp,
you're a pitcher,
a tryout.
don't correct. Come
no.
on. Yeah.
No, I'm going to show you what I'm about, and it starts with what my name is.
We're not picking you then. If you loudly correct
my name is my name.
Whoa. Henry's on fire. Whoa.
All right. Hey,
I'm quoting Omar from The Wire.
Oh, that's right. That's right. All right. Hey,
sorry. Excuse me. I'm not Omar.
Okay. Yeah, there.
Why am I blanking?
Got that right.
Marlo
said that, yeah. And when he saw the blood, he said, oh, I'm not Marlo anymore, when they got him on the corner. All right, 855-839-1210. Get in any film. Give us the line. Great ones on Twitter. We'd love to hear yours, the iconic line, and the line you think that's almost equal or even better. It should get the marquee. That's what we're looking for. All right, you heard what he said, too, on the marijuana thing. I'm in favor of the president taking it out of Schedule 1. Is that a ploy for the midterms? I'm fine with that, too, if that's what he's up to. Is it a success in New Jersey? You heard the evidence on the other side, okay? The up and down of this. The illicit market, is it? Yeah, we know why they charge more, the taxation rate and everything else. They're not business people with this. Could you limit the illicit market if you came down in price? Yeah, probably. I think it's got to be price driven. 855, and you still can't grow it at home. I think in some states you can. I mean, Jersey, you knew they would have to go with that. We're not, it's state driven. The worst thing that came out of this was what happened in places like Ocean City and all that with wild kids. You know that trail. I'm not going to go, how it developed from Phil Murphy and what he did with this. Just think about it, too. It's not too many more weeks we're going to have Phil Murphy to kick around. What is the worst of Phil Murphy? What has been the worst thing that he does? Because he is, on the surface, pleasant enough. Now, his wife has been one of the worst, the climate stuff. Is it the hairdo? Is that what got us the most? Is it the pizza eating? All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. First, though, let me remind you, that you can actually feel merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season with Rescue. That feeling starts right now. Going on today, the Deck the Hall sale lets you save up to 78% on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements so you can feel your best and enjoy every festive moment ahead. For over 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been the trusted wellness partner for millions of folks and their families across the country. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials. Powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that help you stay vibrant from the inside out. So this season, give yourself the gift of feeling good. Stock up, save big. Step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com for up to 78% off this holiday season.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
CNN is trying to convince people that Trump's deportations are bad because Modelo and Corona sales are plummeting. Because you just assume that Mexican people drink Mexican beer. I like
love
Corona.
Mexican beer.
I love Corona.
I like Dos Equis, Modelo, Corona. You know why Modelo became #1 2 years ago in 2023? Do we need to do revisionist history here?
Just going to say that.
Because Alyssa Heinerschneid thought sticking Dylan Mulvaney in a Bud Light ad,
right.
which was the #1 beer in America, tanked. And who took off? Modelo.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Gold is now over $4,200 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 35 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 5 days only, Monday through Friday, 3 locations. Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, St. David's at the Radnor Hotel, and in Cherry Hill at the Doubletree. Gold is hotter than ever, so get yourself some cash for the holidays. Go to estatesroadshow.com. estatesroadshow.com.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
You want a roof that doesn't leak. Of course, that's a given. You need a roofing partner with the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just 1 day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Get ready. It's the Hester Chevrolet year-end sales event. Lease a new 2026 Chevy Trax 1RS, just $279 a month. Or the 2026 Chevy Equinox LT, just $339 a month. Or get power and performance for $399 a month in the 2026 Silverado 1500 LT. Visit Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill or online at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet! We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom time. Henry, let's give a little update. Then we have Greg Rothman, and we'll take some more calls. We have Dom's Money Melody coming up for a great prize. Is it what I think it is from yesterday?
No.
It's Joe Conklin. Yeah, the City Rhythm Orchestra. Okay. Let's go through the big races here. We have Elite Eight, so we have four races.
We have 4 races here, 4 different pods. About 2 hours into the voting here, Drew of Upper Darby has taken the slight lead over Xenos in the Upper Darby region there.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of a shocker. Robert and Ben Salem is, however, pulling away from Gary. I mean, Gary, I thought you'd have a little more fight than this, bud. I mean, this is getting tough to watch. It's getting late fast for Gary, and I can say the same about Joe of Exton. He's putting up a little bit of a better fight than Gary is, but Joe of Columbus definitely has the commanding lead, as does David in Lexington, South Carolina versus the Earl of Tacony. Plenty of time left. I mean, we're keeping voting open until beginning of show Friday.
Right.
So you got plenty of time to swing these votes, but that's how it's looking right now, 2 hours in.
All right, so Greg Rothman is the state senator. He's the head of the Republicans in Pennsylvania. I want to get his take on affordability. And I'm looking at this. It's hard to believe. There is a House hearing going on as we speak on the high cost of youth sports. So we're really drilling down here on affordability. And it's up 46% since 2019. Biden, et cetera. But Greg is a big PIAA guy. I think he's still the head guy or on the board.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but he was. So I think he is.
Oh, that's cool.
And we've talked about him about the trans issue before, which I'll ask again in sports in Pennsylvania. He's the go-to guy, particularly on Josh Shapiro, the governor's race. But the future of the country comes through Pennsylvania. We have 4 major congressional races. If you lose all 4, which is possible, or we could win all 4, that will determine who runs the House. And you know what happens if they run the House. So I got a lot to talk with him about. We got Dom's Money Melody for a great prize. We'll keep you updated. You can vote on the Caller of the Year. And I'm looking at this survey. NBC, who are they kidding? They say 82% of people are satisfied with their health care coverage. You know what the play is here. Yeah, and Republicans are going to tank it for them by not going with Obamacare. You see where this is going? 82% satisfied now. They won't be because of Republicans. That's what the media, that's what the play is already. All that in the big 2 o'clock hour.
John Ritchie here, and yeah, I'll admit it. I've already crushed a few boxes of Tasty Cakes this winter. The limited edition stuff, those Frostbite donuts and mint chocolate candy cakes, impossible to stop at one. Perfect for halftime, perfect for holidays, perfect for Philly, perfect for any time you need a win. Get them before they're gone, because when they are, trust me, you'll miss them. Tasty Cake, except no substitute.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our 4-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rules stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rule, now with 7 convenient locations. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rule.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. I want you to come away with me to stunningly beautiful Portugal. Yes, what the Roman Empire called Finisterre, the end of the earth, we'll be calling home for 10 days next spring. So if you've loved our events in Italy, oh my goodness, what a treat in store for you, designed just for us, for our listeners at 1210. Dining at the wineries rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort, along with 4-star accommodations. 5738, yes, That includes your airfare from Philadelphia. I want you to call now, 888-733-9494, or you can go to conservativetours.com. And Portugal isn't just a playground of the world's jet set. We'll learn how this sea-facing land became a world power. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, Cascais alone, they're worth the crossing, but there's more. Santiago de Compostela in Spain, drawing pilgrims in a passionate way. We'll learn why together. conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
All right, it is Dom time, and we have Dom's Money Melody coming up for a great prize. Be ready for that. But first, he's the head of the Republicans in Pennsylvania, Greg Rothman, state senator. And as I mentioned, we often talk with him about the PIAA. The affordability thing has gone so wild that we're just watching on Fox a hearing in the House on youth sports affordability. Wow. Let's go to Greg Rothman here on Talk Radio 1210. Chairman, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, and happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas. Thanks for having me on.
You are welcome, and we'll get to, of course, the big lead today, Vice President Vance here in Pennsylvania, Greg, but it's come to this, and I think some of it might be the Republicans trying to drill down on this and show the country they're on the affordability thing. But a big hearing on the high cost of youth sports. You are uniquely positioned, of anybody I could get to speak about this, PIAA plus the political side with you. Your thoughts on what's happened with that?
Well, look, it's also, the way we've parents have taken sports, and I mean, my kids played sports and these club sports and year-long playing sports. And thinking that every kid's going to get a NIL contract and a scholarship. We should just let our kids enjoy playing. I mean, that's, I used to buy a pair of cleats, and the first year they were too big, and the second year they fit perfectly, and the third year they were a little tight. And that's, growing up in the 70s.
Yeah.
That's what you did with your equipment. And the best gloves were the hand-me-downs. I had a cousin who would give me his bats. Well, we don't think that way. Everything's got to be brand new, and you wonder why things cost so much. and we have, as Americans, we've got to get back to saying, well, what is value, not what was the cost. So I don't know. It's a tough issue, but to think about this whole affordability stuff after 4 years of Joe Biden, where we saw 9% on inflation, we saw wages going down by 1%, and now we have inflation under control at 2.8, I think, and wages actually going up by 4%. To listen to the Democrats talk about affordability, I mean, it's like, my goodness, there are arsons who start a fire and then show up with a squirt gun going, what are you doing to put it out? And
let me ask you,
President
though.
Trump
Yeah, you're on the front line on that. I'm a bit more, I agree with that. That's the rationale. Did it in Jersey, in your view, though, a blue state, all that, we know that, did that ring the bell in the end? It kind of, I'm sitting here, and the national media, Greg, is saying that Mikey Sherrill was governor at 8:43 that night. I can't get over it. We thought it was a one-point race one way or the other. Was affordability? She got away with saying, I will stop those electric price things going on the first day.
Yep, which are a direct result of this green new energy deals and the cap and tax programs. But here's why we lost the election in November of 2025. In Pennsylvania, where we lost all over the place, and Mississippi, Georgia, New Jersey, Virginia, right around the country. Here's why we lost. If the Philadelphia Eagles send out 7 players, and the Oakland Raiders send out, well, it's a bad analogy, but they send out 12 players, guess who's going to win?
50, right, yeah.
You can't win when Democratic turnout's at 50%, presidential level years, and Republican turnout's only at 30%. Right. And you just can't win. So we need our voters to turn out. Now, I don't think they're turning out, Don, because I think they're seeing, hey, things are great. You know what? I got extra hours to work, and I'm not going to get taxed on the overtime. I'm going to work. Hey, my kids, I'm going to spend more time with my family. I want to, right? I mean, no tax on tips. They are not complacent. They are happy. I mean, they're content. And when you're content, you don't go out and vote. You don't drive through the rain and the sleet to go vote. And Democrats, there's nothing else they could do this election than to show their, how upset they are with all the accomplishments that Donald Trump has had in the first 9, 10, 11 months.
But I think they're going to do that again in the midterms. They want to get at Trump. They hate him, the Democrat vote. And what's our counter to that? What's the motivation to get people out?
So you have seen in the last week, President Trump was here in Pennsylvania today. I just got done with Vice President Vance. They're going to take the message to Pennsylvania. They're going to take the message, and that is going to hope to, we hope that'll inspire the Trump voters. And there's clearly, a group of voters who show up to vote for Donald Trump, and they do vote down ballot for every other Republican too, but did not show up in 2025 and didn't show up in off-year elections like in 2018 either, or that's
right.
That happens. So historically it happens, but we know what's going to happen if we lose control of Congress and the Democrats take back Congress. They're going to stop the president's agenda. They're going to investigate the president, and they're going to impeach him, probably more than once. And so it's incumbent upon us to say, look, there's a huge difference between the economy under Joe Biden and under Donald Trump, just even in the first year. And if you want to keep that going, you want to keep these jobs. We had great job numbers come out this morning for November. If you want to keep seeing your wages go up, which we've seen, if you want to see the taxes that you have to pay go down, which you're going to start seeing as people file their taxes at the end of the year, they're going to start getting big refunds. No tax on tips. I mean, what greater message can you send to working people in Pennsylvania that, hey, look, you know what, we're not going to tax your tips, or you want to work a little overtime, we're not going to tax that either. These are good things. And, the making permanent the Trump tax cuts, the largest tax cut in history, is going to help us too. And we're actually seeing, my family's real estate. That's what I've done all my life. We're seeing the prices of houses not go up, not double like they did under Biden, but actually stay flat. And rent's actually coming down. The last 4 months, we saw rent come down. J.D. Vance said, well, that's a direct correlation between the fact that we had 10, 20, million illegal immigrants come to the United States and take those houses, sometimes paid for by the government, and rent those houses. So, and take the jobs too. So, And these are private sector jobs, not government jobs.
Yeah.
So,
But the best part of Vance, and you were actually there helping to quarterback the ground and all this, Greg Rothman, but that I saw was the immediacy of talking about, it was brilliant, tax season, which means after the new year, we all start getting the forms, we start looking at our taxes. So we're not going to have to wait to the midterms. You're going to see this kicking in then. And Vance enunciating that today was exactly an intermediate goal here that people are going to see.
Yeah, and by the way, the just cynical, Josh Shapiro talking about affordability. I'm not sure he ever used the word during the Joe Biden administration, during his presidency. Never once said, "Oh my goodness, we're going to print more money. That's going to prices are going up. Oh my gosh, people are hurting because of the what was it called, the Inflation Reduction Act." Only government can come up with something as cynical as that.
Yeah.
And we're seeing, by the way, Obamacare, the Affordable Health Care Act, exactly what those of us who were criticizing it said was going to happen, that premiums go up, you wouldn't be able to pick your doctor, the health care services are worse. And then you wonder, well, we told you this was going to happen. And so there's Bernie Sanders, a senator from Vermont, saying, looks like we're going to have to go to universal health care. Looks like we're going to have to go to government-run health care.
What should the Republican message? Now, the president tomorrow night's addressing the nation. I don't remember how many times he's done that in prime time. It's pretty rare. But what would you say in Pennsylvania works as the message? I'm looking at some of these things that are going to happen due to Obamacare. We had one today from the RNC, I think Greg put it out. The bronze thing for a family of four would be $27,000 a year with a $13,000 deductible, and your out-of-pocket cost could go to $20,000 before it's capped. It's staggering. I can't even say the numbers. They can't be true.
Well, but this is what happened. We subsidized health care. Mm-hmm. We required the health insurance companies to provide services that in many cases people didn't even want.
Right.
And then you wonder why the prices go up. So what we need is a free market solution. We need the actual user of health insurance, that the customer, the patient, to have some say in it, to have some skin in it. And we need transparency, and we need some common sense. Like, why should the health insurance companies have to provide pick whatever the service is for someone who doesn't need it? And then also keep in mind, we had a lot of illegals getting health care, and someone had to pay for that. And so we think that shutting down the borders and getting rid of the flow of illegals into the United States who are a drain on the healthcare system will be helpful. But I also think always the free market. I mean, let's expand health savings accounts and medical savings accounts. Let's have more transparency when it comes to healthcare decisions, and let's let doctors and their patients make the decisions instead of bureaucrats.
The thing I do want to commend you for the most, though, today is your drive, and you've been clever about this, done all kinds of things to vote by early voting, mail-in ballots, all the things we've talked about, Greg. How is that going for the midterms? Is there some campaign, something you're noodling up to do that? Because, again, it's like we're playing the Oakland Raiders. We're playing one quarter. They're playing 10 games.
Yep. So absolutely. We are going to be promoting and pushing what's called in-person early voting. That's where you show up to your county, you show them your driver's license, you fill out an application, they hand you the ballot, you fill it out there, you stick it in the bag, you hand it back to them. You can, if you want to take it home with you and put it in the mail, you can do that, but you can fill it out right there. It's that you can do weeks in advance of the election. It's called early in-person voting. Governor Shapiro did it. I've done it. For a lot of our voters, just the way we've sort of, the demographics have changed, our voters are the people that are working or that have kids that they have to take care of, or they, sick parent, or they're the first responders. If you run a small business and it's 7:30 and a customer comes in and needs something, guess what? You're not leaving your business to go vote, and you miss voting. And so we're going to encourage people to vote early and vote early in person. And you can still vote by mail. We want them to vote by mail. and you can still vote on Election Day if you want. But we can't. You're right. Like, we can't let them have 30 days of voting, the Democrats, and we have 1 day of voting. It's just mathematically not possible.
That's you and our guy Scott Presler both saying the same thing.
Yeah.
This way, you can be assured no shenanigans with your vote. This is foolproof. You're going to be counted, and this way, you'll know you've done it. You'll spread the word. It won't be that we see these numbers where they look like they're a million points ahead and people get depressed. I commend you. This is not an easy thing, but if we don't do it, we know what the consequence is going to be.
Yeah, and that's the bottom line. If we want to go back to, gosh, I just heard this morning gas is the lowest it's been in 3.5 years.
Right.
It's under $3 to pump near me, and that's still with the outrageous Pennsylvania 58% gas tax, which we should cut also. But, if you want to go back to record high gas prices and record high food prices, and no one's talking about the price of eggs right now because that all was done under the Biden administration, and they knew what they were doing. They were printing money, which leads to inflation, and the inflation, that is why we saw those huge increases in pricing. So I think President Trump has solved the border crisis. We have very little illegal border crossing. He's figuring out, these tariffs. There probably should have been some smoothing, but the reality is that other countries have treated our products poorly, and we want to make more things in the United States. And if we make more things in the United States, it's better for all of us, especially when you talk about steel. There's all kinds of investments just in Pennsylvania, $100 billion of investments coming to Pennsylvania. So, I do think we're going to see by the time the primary comes around next spring, people are going to say, well, I like this. I like having more money in my bank account. I like the government taking less of my money. And I like the fact that wages are going up. Because you're not going to see, when the prices go up by 25%, you're not going to see them fall by 25%. And we don't want deflation either. We want a reasonable, 2%. I think the last year of Trump was like 1.4% inflation in his first term. We went from that to 25% under Biden over 4 years. So we are poised. It's a big ship that you're turning around. And the fact that President Trump has been able to do this in a short period of time is miraculous too.
Absolutely. Greg, thank you very much. Where do we find all things the Pennsylvania GOP? Where do people go? PAGOP.org. PAGOP.org. And thank you. I appreciate all you do and your listeners, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you, Greg. Same to you. Thanks for coming on today, Chairman Rothman. Thank you very much. All right, there's Greg Rothman here. President Trump, it's announced now, major address tomorrow night to the nation, prime time, rare, pretty rare. I'd have to see how many times he's done it. Here's the bottom line. What do you want him to say? What I want is, and I'll be as explicit as I can, I want more of what I saw with J.D. Vance today. It's boring. I want a rally. You can do that at the rally. Plenty of time, entertaining. He's the most entertaining president ever, arguably, versus Joe Biden. Come on. But Vance hit it out of the park today on the stuff that and giving the intermediate goal, you're going to see this stuff when we get into tax season. There you go. That's the type of thing that I want to see. How about you? What do you want to hear from him? 855-839-1210. You get on board. By the way, Susie Wiles in the news. This is bubbling up. I'm not going to move away from it. I'm surprised. She usually keeps a low key. She gave an interview to Vanity Fair. And in there, I do believe, despite, there might be context, J.D. Vance as a conspiracy theorist, he did a good job when asked about this today and talked about COVID. Was that a conspiracy? She went after Pam Bondi. And you can tell that this has not been a good moment because the White House now going to pull back on interviews with the so-called mainstream media. Hey, give us the interviews. Come on, talk radio more is one solution to this, particularly here in Pennsylvania. Shameless plug, Dom, for all of us here at Talk Radio 1210. All right, but right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
And of course, Money Melody so important, it has a big sponsor. It's sponsored by Navy League Philadelphia, where I saw the Army-Navy game. Awesome to learn more about the Navy League, NavyLeaguePhilly.org. You ought to consider joining. At least go there, NavyLeaguePhilly.org. See all they do to support our local sea service members. We're going to be playing some of their stories coming up. I was floored with a guy who served in Somalia, or the guy who was a long snapper in the Army-Navy game. Something about the long snapper. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org. Tom Metzger and everybody there does a great job. All right, Henry, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom. So for the side question today, we're asking for that second most famous quote from a movie, or a movie, or a quote you think from a movie that rivals the quote that everyone would know from it. So that inspired me. Given the time of season and this side question, I thought I'd play a soundtrack from a Christmas movie. So I want to know the name of the movie in which I'm playing the score from. And I'm going to give you a quote from this movie, my favorite quote, not necessarily the most famous quote from this Christmas movie, but the quote I like the best. And that would be, don't buy drugs, become a pop star, and they give you them for free. So,
all right.
So that is my Christmas movie quote. I want to know the name of this Christmas movie, and I'm going to play you the score of that movie right here. Don't buy drugs. Become a pop star, and they give you them for free. Want to know the name of this movie here?
All right, that's what we're looking for, and we are playing for a pair of tickets to see the great Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra Philly Sports put to music on Saturday, February 21st, 8 p.m. at the Broadway Theater of Pittman. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com. Coming up, too, Newman Price Waterhouse on Twitter has this from 145. The analytics of people voting in this. In other words, where are some of these people? Some of them are in Los Angeles. What the heck's happening here?
All right.
That tells me these people are reaching people around the globe. I don't know.
There's some fishiness.
Yes. Well, no, Newman Price Waterhouse.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The VPN.
Yeah.
You could say your VPN's in LA.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Let's get him on tomorrow. We'll need some time to see how this ends up today. We'll get him on tomorrow. But people voting from Alexandria. That's where Martha Raddatz lives. I think that's a fake vote right there, whoever voted from there. I don't trust Alexandria.
You hear yourself?
All right. 855-839-1210. You can get, is that Martha Raddatz voting in this, trying to throw it off? Henry, give me a couple quick results here, if you have them in front of you. Who's ahead in the Upper Darby race?
Yeah, let's take a look here. Drew of Upper Darby still has a slight lead over Zenos.
Over Zenos.
Yeah.
All right, Zenos will be calling in, and Drew probably too. Okay.
And Joe of Exton and Earl of Tacony are putting up fights, but they're still a ways back. And then Robert is just, taking Gary to the woodshed.
Come on, Gary. Come on, Gary of Newtown voters. We want a race here to report tomorrow. Remember, all this goes to Friday, and then we'll have the final four for Monday. Okay, 855-839-1210. Give us your guess. Get on board here. Get to go to the Joe Conklin event. All that coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month. a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. This holiday season, bring home a truck that delivers. The GMC Sierra delivers the power for the windy winter roads, delivers luxury with premium comfort, and delivers professional grade. At the Barlow Holiday Sales Event, you'll save on more than just the factory rebates. Visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at BarlowAutoGroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Joe Conklin hosts Comedy Night at Parks Casino on the last Thursday of every month in 360 Lounge. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, so let's hear the clue, Henry, and tell us what we're looking for again.
Yeah, we want the name of the movie here.
Right.
I'm playing you the soundtrack. Want the name of the movie here.
All right. Let's go to Alice in Maple Shade. Hello, Alice. What's the name of the movie?
Hey, Dom. Is it Love Actually?
Very nice.
All right, there we go. Pretty contemporary.
Yeah.
And that choice, again, was driven by?
We're talking about movie quotes and soundtracks,
right.
and I'd say you could either pick whatever the most quotable line is. It's if you look for it, I've got a sneaky feeling that you'll find that love actually is all around. Or if you want to go with the silent line that was never actually delivered but more read, it's To Me, You Are Perfect, which is done by the character Mark over via cue cards. So take your
Okay.
pick, but my favorite is Billy Mack saying, "Hiya kids, here's an important message from your Uncle Bill. Don't buy drugs, become a pop star, and they give you them for free." So
That's a pretty good line.
Yeah.
Okay. All this started because I think the line is the code red line in A Few Good Men. Rob Reiner, the director, versus the line it's often quoted. That's what we're looking for. I'm sure you have one. Think of a film you really like. 855-839-1210. In the wake of what I said about J.D. Vance, this is cut 8. Here's Secretary Bessent, Treasury Secretary Bessent. And what I like that Vance did today, I'm not putting on the pom-poms and shaving the legs and cheerleading just to do that, okay? Can't deny that affordability is all the Democrats have, the watchword. And we can critique it as we just did with Greg Rothman and say they're the ones that caused this. In complete agreement, okay? But we got to win. And I like what he said about winning. That's the Presler way. Is that something you would do? People that you meet that still, I can't vote by mail, they'll steal my vote, it's a scam and all that. Okay, we're going to keep losing here. You heard what he's adopting as the watchword, and we've talked about Presler with this. You can go and vote in person, mail in, at the county office or a number of offices, have it registered, or Presler talked about you can still go then and show and vote on Election Day. We've been through the process a million times. We just got to convince people not going to win if we just show up and vote on Election Day. That is a losing proposition. Here's Bessent, though, talking about what people in America are going to see. You got to deliver on this now. Working class Americans will receive tax refunds up to $2,000 in 2026. Here's Bessent.
See all the data. What can you tell us about the upcoming tax season and what we're going to see in terms of our returns?
Yeah, so Maria, let's go back. The one big beautiful bill was passed on July 4th, but for working Americans, it was retroactive to the beginning of the year. Most taxpayers did not change their withholding, so as a result, we're going to see very substantial 100 to 150 billion of refunds in the first quarter go directly to Americans' pockets. So the sooner they file, the sooner they'll get them. Our estimate is it could be 1,000, 2,000 per household, depending on the number of workers.
Wow, that is a big deal. So, Secretary, you've talked about this additional money from the tax code that we're getting. You talked about the impact of the big, beautiful bill. It sounds like you think we're going to get a real economic boost for the macro story in the first or second quarter. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. I think it's going to... They start lifting off in the first quarter and the second quarter. And, you know, Maria, the other thing, when I started my career on Wall Street in the 80s, people used to focus on trade. Were we building more in the U.S. or were we importing more? We're seeing the trade deficit drop, too. So the trade deficit drop means more production in the U.S. So I think that's something that economists are going to have to start looking again, thanks to President Trump after 40 years.
Well,
okay, all that, he used the word there, macro. He did talk about the micro. That's what people, the average person, wants to see. That's one part of it. The coalition had said, give Trump a chance. It's abusive under Biden, and Kamala Harris is the worst, even worse. Okay. The other part of that are the Trump voters that just love to show up and vote when Trump is on the ticket. What I hope tomorrow night, and again, don't think he's going to do it. All right, frustrating. President Trump from the Oval Office is going to address the country. And part of it is going to be he's going to talk about the bottom line of how great this whole thing is in the first year. And there's a lot to talk about. Okay. The thing that I want to hear, though, is moving forward, what's going to happen that affects the average American, and then the Trump voter. He doesn't have to call them the Trump voter, okay? Doesn't have to do that, doesn't have to go down that, whatever he wants to address. But he's got to more directly talk about the idea that if we don't do this, if you don't come out and vote, you know, he talks about Trump voters, you got to support Trump, et cetera. And there's got to be some catchphrase, something new, something we're going to say again and again and again It's going to motivate those Trump voters who only want to vote when he's on the ballot. If that happens again, it makes it very difficult race by race. That's the bottom line. I don't want to be coming back in November, not even a year from now. I don't want to be sitting there quarterbacking the midterms and hearing people nationally saying they've won the House. Now, it won't be at 8:40. If it's that, my God. You don't know how shocked I was that Mikey Sherrill is governor. If it had happened at the end of the night, I was preparing myself. I've been on the air during that when Mitt Romney lost to Obama pretty early on. You know, if it were around 11 o'clock, 11:30, that would have been tough. Everything figured. But 8:43? What? And affordability? But that's the word they're going to run with. And I got to say, looking at this now, because I want to win, not just wish it away, for them and their advantage in the media, using affordability is exactly what they ought to be doing. Because they're going to get away with it from the media. It gives them something. What else do they have other than we hate Trump? And that part is solid, too. They're seething. They want to tear him apart. They just can't control themselves. And I think that's going to be there in the midterms. I think they're going to come out just like they did during this. They're not going to give up on this. So these Republicans have to deal with that. There's one guy in America that can turn out a countervailing force, the Trump voter that's reluctant. That's President Trump. That's what I want to hear tomorrow night. What do you want to hear tomorrow night? Or do you want to be, I heard today some people on YouTube saying, it takes a long time to turn the economy around. What are these people talking about? Okay, we all know rationality. I'm talking about winning, though. If you think that's going to win, I don't think it's going to win. So we're going to see. Well, I hope I'm not right, but I know I'm right. I know I'm right because I've seen what's at play with the media, et cetera. And that's what's going to happen. Tomorrow night, the president needs to use that bully pulpit, talk about what he's done, talk about what's on the way. And he only needs one thing from you, just to show up and vote. Is that too hard? Is that too difficult? If you can't do that, then what good are you? I mean that. What good are you if you can't show up and vote? I'd have nothing to do with the person. I didn't vote. Okay, good night, everybody. I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear you on anything. If you don't show up and vote in advance, mail in, all the things that are done, I don't want to hear you on anything else. You're dead. That's it. Now, president can't say that. If Trump did that, I'd go out, bro, let's go out and celebrate. But it's 10 o'clock at night. Yes, I love it. I come on the next day. I just play it 500 times. You're dead to me if you don't show up and vote. Well, you can't say that. That's insulting to these voters. They deserve to be insulted. If you don't show up and vote, you deserve to be insulted. Can't do that from the Oval Office. Trump does what he wants. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Hey, the holidays are here, and if you haven't wrapped up all of your shopping, no worries. I have the solution for you. Omaha Steaks. Whether you gift them or host a holiday party and entertain, meat is the way to go. We just had a Kale family holiday get-together, and Omaha was a grand slam. Bacon-wrapped burgers, scalloped potatoes, fresh chicken, and succulent steaks. It was a complete hit. Give the gift of USDA-certified tender steaks, premium proteins, elegant sides, and decadent desserts. Shop the season's top gourmet gifts at omahasteaks.com. Plus, my listeners get an exclusive $35 off with code Nick at checkout. I personally love the ribeyes, the strip steaks, and the fillets. Grass-fed, grain-finished beef has more marbling for exceptional flavor. Omaha Steaks has been America's butcher in the heartland since 1917. Save big today. Visit omahasteaks.com and use the promo code Nick at checkout for $35 off your purchase. Minimum purchase may apply. See site for details.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, I don't know. Oh, well, I know the what I think is the iconic line from Hoosiers is in the huddle when the coach thinks, we're going to use trickery here. We're going to fake Jimmy taking the final shot.
And everyone looks up in disgust.
Yeah, like, what the hell is he talking about, you know? I know that Gene Hackman had trouble saying those lines, like, hey, that doesn't follow what this coach would be thinking. Man, we're a little bit off on that. But what's the secondary line from there?
Wait, so you're saying I'll make it is the line, right?
Yeah,
okay.
or the build-up. Yeah, the rejection by the team, if you will. Yeah, then him breaking the ice and saying, yeah, I'll make it.
I'll make it.
Yeah.
Maybe when he stands up for the coach, he goes to the town meeting, he's like, one
right.
more thing.
Oh, that's right.
You know, coach stays, I stays. He goes, I go.
That is a great, I'm trying to think if there's a good Dennis Hopper line there. They make him kind of
Don't
bizarre.
get caught watching the paint dry.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. The picket fence.
Yeah.
A lot of picket fencery in that line. That's right. Dennis Hopper as the genius defensive coach. Well, I'm not sure what
when he's sober.
When he's sober, and even then, oh man, back then they put you in the white suit and the whole thing. All right, Bill in Bucks County next. Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill.
Hi there, Don. How are you?
Good.
Good to call you on Monday. I just wanted to echo Senator Rothman's account of mail-ins. Mail-ins is what gets us every election.
Yep.
It truly does. I mean, I was just looking at the official returns here in Bucks County, and election day, all of the Republicans won. When the final mail-ins came out, you know, there were 50,000 Democrat mail-ins and 24,000 Republicans, and you know what happens from there. So
yeah, and we've given people psychologically, that's Scott Presler and Rothman has been on this, mail-in balloting early, but do it right there. It's just like showing up and voting.
You can't do that. You got to have the committee people knock on the doors, get people to sign up for these applications. You can't. There's not enough people that could stand in line at the Bucks County Board of Elections. There's not enough time, enough days. Enough thousands.
Well, that's
50,000 voters.
Yeah, that too. The volunteers, that's Presler and people like that, and the committees, they have to do that. But I'm saying psychologically, we're trying to take away the resistance to this, and it doesn't help when prominent Republicans still rain on it They don't want to win then.
Well, I mean, there's still reluctance of the voters to embrace the mail-ins. They just don't do it. I don't know why they don't do it. The administration itself, still is skeptical about mail-ins. As you know, just a few months ago, they talked about it again. Being a fraud.
And I realize we have to overcome that. And my mission, my trump card is always to say, I don't care what your objections are. I want to win. You apparently don't. Let's start from there.
Well, it's up to the county committees and the townships and the boroughs through Bucks County and all the rest of the counties out here to knock on the doors, GOTV, get out the vote. That's their deal. And if you can't, they got to go. They should carry. The Democrats are carrying applications with them when they knock on doors.
Well, we know that. They do that in previous elections. On the election day, they register for the next election. Yep. Well, right. Well, this is, we're all in agreement. So, Bill, what's your side today?
My side is Jack Nicholson in The Shining.
Right.
He's chopping down the door. He makes a hole in it in the bathroom, and he sticks his head through, and he says, "Here's Johnny."
All right, but that's the iconic line. That's
the iconic line. And then there's the I believe he's the chef at the end of the movie. He comes in and he says, "Hello? Anybody here?"
All right. Thank you. Okay. This has worked so far. I know this was a hard one. So the iconic line here, Sean, we're looking for the line that rivals it in the film. All
I think I might have done give me the bat and the screaming. Just
yes. Yeah. All right. So you had a good start. We got the iconic line. We're looking for the other one, which is a little bit harder. And you might say it's better. That's my thing with A Few Good Men.
Red Rum.
All right. Hit us with that. It's a lightning round. We want to get your name into the hat. And Henry, any updates on the figures so far? Since we're getting voters, at least they're somehow or another making us believe they're from New Haven and Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I know Newman Price Waterhouse tomorrow will give us all the ins and outs of how that's working. All right. The first race, the Upper Darby race.
Yeah, Upper Darby. It's still very tight. Drew of Upper Darby has the ever so slightly lead.
Okay.
But I will say this. Gary in Newtown is catching up with Robert. It seems like,
man.
He heard us. It's like, got to get the voters out there. He's got to start, prospecting.
Right.
He might have been doing that. So he's cut it closer. Robert's still got a good lead, but it's been closer. While, Joe of Columbus is still taking Joe out for Joe of Exton, and David Lexton still beating up Earl of Tacony. So that's the stand. Yeah,
Earl, got to get the Tacony voters going there. He's on the line.
They're both getting doubled up right now.
Oh my God!
It's early though. Plenty of time.
Yeah, but people are voting from around the globe, sort of. We think here. We'll look into that.
Coast to coast.
Coast to coast. 855-839-1210. Lightning round next.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
CNN is trying to convince people that Trump's deportations are bad because Modelo and Corona sales are plummeting. Because you just assume that Mexican people drink Mexican beer. I like
love
Corona.
Mexican beer.
I love Corona.
I like Dos Equis, Modelo, Corona. You know why Modelo became #1 2 years ago in 2023? Do we need to do revisionist history here?
Just going to say that.
Because Alyssa Heinerschneid thought sticking Dylan Mulvaney in a Bud Light ad, which was the #1 beer in America, tanked. And who took off? Modelo.
Yep.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal. We win by keeping our family of employees working in the cold months, and you win by getting the best pricing we can offer with an added 10-year warranty and rebates. Manufacturer pricing is going up this January, so let's win together. Schedule an estimate today with CNC, your local Lennox dealer, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through the end of 2025. 0% financing available.
Gold is now over $4,200 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar. All week, Monday through Friday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcashforgold.com.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Okay, be ready. I'm going to try to go to some of the principals in the voting here first and make sure we give them a shot. Let's go to Drew in Upper Darby. Drew, you're doing great so far. Keep it up, even though you're only half Greek.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Tom. I'm up against a tough cat, man. Zenos has a lot of charisma. He's probably going to pull a Dave Waddle on me, man. He's got that kick at the end,
All right, well, we have until Friday, the voting going on, and Henry will tell everyone how they can go and vote before the end of the show. All right.
I thank Henry for all his hard work. Hey, Dom, in this movie, there's so many lines. I don't know which one's the iconic line, but one of the lines in the movie One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is when R.P. McMurphy, who's Jack Nicholson, when they're laying him down, on the bed so they can give him the electric shock therapy, they put all that gunk on his head, and he says, "A little dabble, do you?" And, and then the other line is when he's sitting there with the chief, and he offers the chief a piece of gum, and the chief gets the gum, he looks at it, and he says, "Juicy fruit." That's where the chief had everyone tripped.
Thank you, Drew.
Tom, appreciate
you. Zenos. That's a heck of a call today. That's pretty good. That really, yeah. I don't know that line. I like the fight with the nurse. Oh, my God. One of the greatest fight scenes ever.
That could be the iconic line.
Yeah,
yes.
right.
Yeah.
Pronunciation.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, God. Zenos, also in Upper Darby. Boy, we're big in Upper Darby. All right, Zenos, what's yours?
Yes, we are, Dom, and Drew. He's got this one beat, but mine is more with the Sullivan brothers. When the father's coming home from work and he sees the naval, the cars there. He walks in the house and there's two officers, and he goes, "All right, which one?" And the two officers looked at each other. He goes, "All five of them."
Okay, that's an iconic line. You thinking that? What's the
yeah,
one?
It was. And the movie goes back, I think, to 1943. It's an intense movie. I cannot watch the end of it. And, Dom, one thing I do have to agree with you. These people that complain and complain and complain and don't vote, that's on them. I've been voting ever since they turned to 18 and never missed one.
I bet that's true. Thank you, Zenos. Laurie and Ringo's. Boy, Laurie, you're off today or whatever. Thanks for joining us. What do you have?
Hey, okay, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Of course, the classic line is Ben Stein, the teacher, from Bueller.
Right.
But the runner-up is Cameron, Ferris Bueller's friend, talking to the principal over the phone, impersonating Cameron's dad, going, Rooney! That is a classic line around my house. We always go around yelling, Rooney! Rooney!
Hey, Lori, how are things with you?
Excellent. Yes, I have one of the three kids is home from their various things that they're doing, and the other two will be here by the end of the week. So, yay!
Good. That's good, Lori. Great
Thanks
to hear
for
from
asking.
you as always. Thank you, Lori, very much. All right, the Earl of Tacony ends it here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Earl, anything to the electorate?
I would think that age, experience, and guile would defeat youth, but I always have the fact that I'm still undefeated in the call category with 3,216. So I don't think anyone's going to catch up with that one.
You might be the only 3,000 caller that we have who have to look at that. All right, so Earl, what's your answer today?
I need to get a life and more friends. But my answer is from the movie RoboCop. Everyone knows the line, dead or alive, you're coming with me, or I'd buy that for $1. But my favorite line refers to government and corporations, where he goes and said, we had guaranteed government contracts, renovation projects, spare parts for 5 years. Who cared if it worked or not? And then Bob Morton replies, well, the old man thought it was kind of important, dick.
All right, thank you very much, Earl. All right, Kirk. These turned out to be pretty good.
Yeah,
today,
and you know
it was
what?
a little bit harder.
It was really, really hard.
Right.
So I'm going to go with Drew with the juicy fruit.
Those were good lines from the film. The call was untoppable, but is it as good as somebody else in the movie? Who did you like, Henry?
Yeah, so I second that. I thought Drew's call was great. I also thought Lori and Ringo's call was great. You know, the Rooney. Yeah. And then towards the top of the show, Gary in Newtown with his call and Jerry Maguire and everything. You had me at hello and show me the money.
The way you put it in there, yeah. I think Drew.
Yep.
Yeah, he got the point.
Yes.
He was on it. Lori, very close second, though.
Yep.
We'll do it all tomorrow. I think an act of defiance is what we have. We'll explain tomorrow why we are noodling that one. Today was hard, but people came through big time. And Newman Price Waterhouse will be with us tomorrow. He's got the display up saying people are voting from L.A. and New Haven. I don't see from China yet. That's what I'm going to get worried.
That's when we know VPNs.
If Beijing or whatever they're calling it now, Beijing, Peking, something like that. All right, big show tomorrow. The president tomorrow addresses the nation. We'll have a lot more on that. Way to go, J.D. Vance today, though. Great stuff. Rich Cioli is next with 4 big hours right here on Talk Radio 1210